Then we have Amirul Ramil,
Yes, yes.
Ayuni Patia.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Then we have Chen
Yeah,
Yokech.
morning. Yeah, I'm
Mo-
here.
Reed Lai. Good morning, Reed. If you're there, yeah, I can see you.
Hey, morning.
Mohammed Ansari Lubis. Are you there? Okay. Then Muhammad Azri Yazid. Muhammad Yazri.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good morning.
Good
Hi.
morning.
Morning. Good morning. Ahmed Zalfami.
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you. Then we have Roshan Kumar. I can see Roshan. Hi, Roshan.
Yes, I'm
Then Samriddhi Avasti. Yeah, I can see Samriddhi. Thank you.
Morning.
All right. So if I have not called your name, can you please tell me if you have joined, maybe you participated later. Is that Zaki? Maybe your name is not there in the list.
My full name is Muhammad Zaki, maybe.
Nggak di WP berapa waktu itu ya? 500-an dolar. Sehari mas dolar. Wah, saya mau jadi trainer pak. Tapi buka lowongan. 508 dolar.
And could you please put your email address in the chat?
Okay.
Just want to make sure that your attendance is counted and you are in the database.
Email tadi.
All right. Thank you.
Kok bisa sih? Nah, ini. Isi masuk lagi. Sudah. Bebas ya.
Rest, I think we have everyone. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's get started. So today we're going to cover the administration and operational aspects of ImpervaCloud Web, how to onboard websites. First of all, we'll talk about the solution itself, the different offerings under ImpervaCloud Web. Then we'll talk about the onboarding of websites, and we'll take some examples and go through it. We'll talk about security rules, we'll talk about caching, then we'll talk about, So we'll talk about the SSL DNS basics. We'll talk about account management, how to manage users and roles within ImpervaCloud Web. We'll talk about security configuration. So security configuration is the out-of-the-box rules and custom rules. We'll talk about caching and CDN and the performance. We'll talk about load balancing features, API log integration, how to use the API, and how to use the SIM integration. So if you want to get the logs of the ImpervaCloud Web to your SIEM solution. All right. And then in addition to this, we'll just briefly talk about the additional modules, which is advanced bot protection and API security, but very high level. Okay. So before I start with the topics, I'd like to know from you if you would like to discuss any specific topics which are not listed in here. I'm happy to cover that during the session. So let's start with, yeah, I'll take a 2 minutes pause here. If you have any specific topics you want me to cover or any questions, any specific queries you have, just put in the chat, please. Okay, I see a query on the chat regarding the materials. So materials are available in the same portal where you registered. You will see the link for the material, the PDF file, and also there's a password mentioned there. Are we allowed to record this session? Ideally, no, but if you want to take notes or take pictures, screenshots, that's fine. But yeah, live recording is not available. All right, so let's get started. All right, so before I start with the lesson, a quick intro about myself. I'm Danny. I'm based in London, England. Well, it's midnight here. And I'm part of Imperva Professional Services. So I do a lot of implementations of Cloud Web and data security worldwide. So today I'm going to share some experiences as well from the field so that it helps you while you are doing the onboarding of websites. Okay. And to start with the overview of the Imperva Cloud Web solution. So the solution is delivered from cloud. It's a SaaS-based solution, security or software as a service. And then it provides three things at the broad level: security of our websites, performance, it enhances the performance and delivery of our website's content, and then it provides availability to our websites. How? We will look at that. A quick intro about the company, the background. So Imperva is a company founded in 2009. So the Imperva Cloud Web, it comes from an acquisition of a company called Incapsula. Still a lot of documentation and references. You will see the name Incapsula. So that's the old name. And it was acquired by Imperva in 2014 and then basically rebranded as Imperva Cloud Web and the DDoS protection. We are experts in security. So we started as a DDoS protection, a security provider. Then we forayed into other things like CDN. We are PCI DSS certified, ISO 27001 certified, SOC 2 certified. So if you don't know about SOC 2, SOC 2 is a set of standards, I would say, controls, non-financial principles that measure how well a services organization like Imperva controls its information. Today, we are a leader in the industry with SLA of 3 seconds for mitigating huge volumetric DDoS attacks. There are a couple of other certifications. You can check our website. How the ImpervaCloud Web works is all the configuration is done from the single console, or if you're using infrastructure as a code, we can do infrastructure as a code as well, like Terraform, or maybe some other code which can call the APIs. The configuration or the onboarding of a website, or if you are onboarding a single website, it takes around 5 minutes, very easy. And then redirecting the traffic via Imperva Cloud Web is also very easy, just changing the DNS record. If you have an A record, you just modify it to a CNAME record, which points to basically Imperva. And then all traffic then at that point passes through Imperva, and then all kinds of security controls and bot mitigation, DDoS mitigation, all are applied at Imperva's Cloud Web level. So if you see this diagram, very high level schematic diagram, here on the left side, we have legitimate traffic and also the bad traffic coming from bots or DDoS traffic or spammers, hackers. So all the traffic, when it passes through the Imperva's Cloud Web controls, mitigation rules are applied, and then only the clean traffic is sent to the customer's website or the web server, which is on the right. Only customer pays for the clean traffic, not for the malicious traffic. At a broad level, the solution comprises of 4 parts, I'll say. So we have focus on website security, then DDoS protection, CDN and optimizer, and then load balancing and failover. And all of these are delivered from a single platform, which is Imperva Cloud Web, or Encapsula Cloud, also sometimes referred to as. So now let's focus on website security. So under the website security offering, we have a layered approach of security. So we have access control, we have bot mitigation, we have WAF, and then we have the custom security rules and the policy engine. So all of these basically protecting your layer 7 traffic or the application layer traffic. It starts with access control. So access control is a very high level deny policy, which can be applied by source IP address or a block of IP address or country or region. So if you want to block traffic originating from a certain country towards your website, you can block by using access control. Or you want to block certain IP addresses or a network range, you can do that as well. Then comes the bot mitigation. So bot mitigation is a basic bot control or bot access control, where we're using a huge database of signatures to identify bots once it reaches Imperva's POPs. Basically, the traffic is inspected and analyzed for any matching bot signatures. In addition, it also uses the client classification mechanisms and progressive security challenges, which helps to determine the traffic is coming from a bot or a human user. And if it is suspected to be a malicious or bot user, then of course it will challenge the user or the end client for cookies injection or JavaScript or a captcha. Then comes the WAF module. So WAF module is like an enterprise grade web application firewall. And then basically it has a set of known security signatures for HTTP, HTTPS, known attack patterns, heuristic rules, anomaly detection, and some known good patterns. Based on all of these, it determines whether to allow the traffic or not. Each visitor is profiled and matched against a large set of known client signatures. So we have a huge database of known client signatures. So whenever the traffic is received at our POP, that comparison is done basically with the client signature, whether the signature of the end client matches any good ones or bad ones. Sometimes it can be mismatched, so there again other controls come in place. So, and then we have the custom security rules and policy engine where we can create our own custom security rules to uh, basically match our security requirements and any custom policies which we might create to mitigate certain vulnerabilities in the web application. So if you see the ImpervaCloud Web, it uses a layered approach to security on all web traffic. And as the traffic passes through the ImpervaCloud Web, first it is subjected to the access control, which is blocking traffic based on unwanted regions, IP, or client types. Then it goes through the bot mitigation, which uses the proprietary client classification algorithms to detect irregular traffic coming in from a bot. Then it passes through enterprise grade web application firewall, and then it passes through the custom rules or custom security rules and policies, which is more of like a security policy based on your custom requirements or business logic, or maybe a system hardening due to some vulnerability. So in addition to what we saw in the previous stack or the previous slide, we have two additional modules which comes as part of the web security. So these two modules are, the first one is the login protect. So login protect is basically an additional feature which gives you multi-factor authentication capabilities. So for example, if you have a web application which has only single factor authentication and single factor, which is password based authentication, and if you have static passwords, those are very risky because once a password is compromised, maybe someone else can try to log into your application, right? Now, in such cases, if a user's password is compromised, and you want to protect that user by applying additional authentication mechanisms, this is where we can make use of login protect, where we can basically apply additional layer of security or authentication for the users we'd like to, or all users. And we can either configure something like a Google Authenticator, or we can configure SMS, or we can configure email-based OTP, which can be used as a two-factor authentication. Okay. Then the other module here is the backdoor protection. So backdoor protection is again at the server level. So for example, if you have a web server which you have onboarded to ImpervaCloud Web, and for whatever reason, before onboarding, suppose somebody put a malicious code or a backdoor in that web server, and then backdoor is constantly connecting to the command and control servers on the internet. So once you've onboarded that website or a web server to ImpervaCloud Web, ImpervaCloud Web constantly monitors the traffic going in and out from the web protected website. And then if it detects any malicious traffic patterns, it's going to first alert the administrator, and then so once it detects, it will alert, and also at the same time it has the capability to quarantine or disable such transactions or the backdoor connections. Okay, so it does three things: the backdoor protect, detect the malicious traffic which is originating from your website from a backdoor, and then it quarantines or automatically disables the access to the backdoor. And then third is it sends an alert to the administrator. Okay. Any questions so far?
No question.
All right. Thank you. The ImpervaCloud Web is just not another WAF in the cloud. It leverages the core capabilities of the cloud infrastructure to provide unparalleled levels of security. So what we do is we have a huge database of rules, right? Where that comes from is because we are doing crowdsourcing, we are servicing like more than maybe 300,000 websites which are onboarded to our platform, maybe more than 400,000 now. And then we're constantly monitoring the traffic and the attack patterns. And based on that, our content development team, they're constantly updating the rules and creating new signatures, IP reputation lists. Okay. And then that helps us to build a huge database of rules, basically from a constantly monitored network for threats, and then analyze the threats and build new rules. So we have a proprietary database of client classification, bot mitigation, and then we have the signatures, and then we have a IP reputation list, which also is leading in the industry. Now, we have a layered approach because we have multiple things working together to determine what's a bad traffic and a good traffic. And our team constantly monitors once a rule is deployed, a WAF rule, it is constantly monitored for any false positives or false negatives, and then fine-tuned to reduce any false positives. And then our cloud is a very distributed cloud architecture worldwide, where once a new rule is developed, it is first tested in our pre-production environment and then fine-tuned. And then the rule is basically distributed to all the data centers on all the WAF appliances using our CDN, our internal CDN network. And that can be done in minutes. No, we don't have to wait for long, like 2 minutes, I think it can be distributed across all the data centers. The second part of the solution is the DDoS protection. DDoS is distributed denial of attacks. So typically, if you see DDoS attacks, those are a lot of people, a lot of organizations, they tend to use on-premise solutions to mitigate DDoS traffic or DDoS attacks, typically in the range of 1 Gbps or 2 Gbps maximum, because more than that, the enterprise might not have the capacity or the bandwidth, right? Or the smaller ISPs they're connected to might not have that much bandwidth. So it becomes difficult to use an on-premise solution to do bot mitigation, sorry, DDoS mitigation. So in such cases, what we do is the customers, they take advantage of DDoS protection service providers like Imperva. And what Imperva provides is the following. Under DDoS protection service, we have infrastructure protection, IP protection, website protection, and name server protection. So infrastructure protection and IP protection, these are IP level. So we can have individual servers and the protection is by the public IP. Then we have the website protection, which is basically the layer 7 DDoS protection, which is the application layer DDoS protection. And then we have the name server protection, which is specifically for DNS traffic. Any DDoS traffic coming in for the DNS protocol can be mitigated using name server protection feature. The Imperva DDoS advantage. So another key advantage for us lays in our prowess in handling application layer attacks, which is layer 7 DDoS attacks. Application layer DDoS attacks are much more sophisticated than the network layer DDoS attacks, and the vendors which rely on signatures or third-party DDoS mitigation appliances have harder time defending against this kind of layer 7 DDoS attacks. So whereas Imperva Cloud Web, on the other hand, can automatically detect and mitigate them, and then if needed, we can or our content team can craft and propagate custom rules every 60 seconds should the out-of-the-box mitigation does not completely block the attack. The Imperva Cloud Web customers have access to Imperva's Security Operations Center, which can help customers craft custom rules in case of advanced attacks. Okay, that's very important. So first we'll talk about infrastructure protection, then we'll talk about IP protection. So infrastructure protection is basically for let's go back. Infrastructure protection is basically for customers where they have a huge number of public IP addresses, at least one IPv4 public IP range. IP protection is for smaller customers where they have like 5 or 10 IP addresses to protect. And then website protection and name server protection are website protection is layer 7, which is part of your normal subscription. And then name server protection is if you want to protect your DNS servers. If we are using IP protection or the network infrastructure protection for DDoS, we need a GRE tunnel to be established between Imperva Cloud Web and the DMZ of a customer. And they need to have BGP routing capabilities. The customer needs to have BGP routing capabilities so that they can publish their IP ranges using BGP to Imperva, and then Imperva basically publishes it using BGP to the world. Okay, so at the moment, only one routing protocol, dynamic routing protocol, is supported, which is BGP, Border Gateway Protocol. And then for sending the clean traffic back to the customer's environment, we use GRE tunnel. So here's a chart showing the different types of protection. So website protection is for websites or layer 7, and it covers layer 3, 4, and 7. And it's always on protection. Once you subscribe for the website or the basic subscription, it covers all three layer 3, layer 4, and layer 7. DNS protection, again, layer 3, layer 4, layer 7. Well, DNS is sometimes considered layer 6 or layer 7, but it is always on service. Then we have infrastructure protection, which is basically network level DDoS protection. And network level DDoS protection, again, can be on demand, always on, or automatic switchover, which depends on infrastructure monitoring. So it constantly monitors for any DDoS patterns, and as and when a DDoS pattern is detected, it can switch over to protection mode. Then we have IP protection, which is again network layer DDoS protection. And then we need for both GRE tunneling capabilities, and then it's always on protection. This is a view of Imperva's global network. So sometimes we see that the number of data centers are growing every day. So maybe at the moment, instead of 51, it is more than that. Let's see how many it has. Okay, so it is more definitely.
Jakarta satu.
Indonesia cuma satu.
Singapura,
Malaysia, Thailand.
So let me show you how it looks like. So this is the website. If you view this website, imperva.com products, global network map, I'll put the link in chat as well. So here it shows us the number of data centers in each location. So we have total 59 DDoS resilient data centers with terabits, 10 terabits capacity. Okay, so total capacity, bandwidth capacity is 10 terabits per second, and it is distributed across the globe. Okay, starting from Australia, New Zealand, we have a lot of places. Other than mainland China, we have in everywhere else. And then in terms of performance, we have 25 million requests per minute, 5 million cached items per minute, 140,000 threads blocked per minute. Okay. And then here we have a page called system status page, which talks about any maintenance or planned maintenance which is going on in different services. You can also subscribe here. So if you subscribe to updates, you can get email updates via for this status page or whatever maintenance is planned or ad hoc maintenance. All right. Any questions here? All right. If not, go back to the slide deck.
Hi, hello.
Yes.
So I just want to ask, is there any capping on Imperva site?
Sorry, your voice is echoing. I could not understand. So, are you asking about any downtime or any maintenance? Or
Okay,
if
so
you
my
have,
question is there any capping on Imperva site?
Ada kayaknya rame-rame juga di padahal tutup
sorry,
semua
I
nih kamera.
understand. Sorry
Kamera
for that.
semua.
Could you please type in the chat?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Is there, what I understand is there any current maintenance? So today, no incidents reported yet. And here we have a maintenance. It's completed, verifying. Atlanta GA Data Center.
In Atlanta.
I assume any maintenance which are planned are also, I mean, you also inform to the clients via
Yes,
email, right? So,
correct. Yeah. So all of that, if you subscribe here, subscribe to updates, you will receive all the planned maintenance windows as well.
okay.
Okay. And then if there are any incidents, any service impact, all of that will be reported as well.
Okay.
Okay. Right. All right. Let's go back. Is there any bandwidth capping option features on Imperva? Bandwidth capping. So
Ini server dia kayaknya, Pak.
I would say bandwidth capping. There are options where you can restrict by the number of requests per second. We'll look at that, but I haven't seen any bandwidth capping.
Satu BR ini nggak nyampe 2 giga.
So there is a question, where is the password to download the course material? It's in the same place where you registered for the trading. The password is also there.
650 juta paket berarti sibuk banget ya.
Bener-bener kerja nonstop nih. Si Behemoth. Switch-nya satu. Router satu.
All right.
Behemoth apa tuh?
So regarding the bandwidth capping, let's park that question. We will discuss that a bit later today. Okay.
Buat proxy.
All right. So coming back to the DDoS and the data center. So within the data center, inside the data center, this is something the data center looks like, or the rack. We have different appliances. So it starts with your switch, router, and then we have something called a Behemoth appliance, which is a proprietary DDoS protection appliance. Then we have the DDoS scrubbing servers, and then we have the reverse proxies for web application firewall. This is the hardware appliance. It's a proprietary appliance, and it is deployed across all our data centers. It has a throughput capacity of 650 Gbps per appliance. And then this is how the traffic flow looks like. So we have traffic coming in from ISPs, passes through a Juniper switch, and then it passes through the Behemoth appliance, which has again internally multiple CPUs and stuff, which does sampling of traffic. And then if a malicious pattern is detected, it tries to put the security controls, and then the regular traffic is then passed on. So that's at a high level about the DDoS protection services. Then we have a CDN and optimizer. CDN is content delivery network. So without a CDN network, if your web server is suppose hosted in the North America, and your clients are spread all over the world, to get the content from the web server, they have to pass a long distance, right? So that delay between the user and the web server, there might be high latency, or the experience might not be that great for getting the website data for over like different continents. So what we do using a CDN, once a content is requested, we cache those content in the caching servers nearest to the users. The same technology is applied by all the social media like Yahoo, Facebook, uh, Insta, and everything, and also YouTube. So within the country, within each country, we have multiple ISPs, and all the ISPs have been provided with caching servers by these companies like Facebook and YouTube, Google. And all the content for their websites are cached in each of the internet service providers, and like the larger ones mostly. And then for the users, they get a very good experience when they try to browse a video or browse the website, and the content is delivered from the caching servers. Similar concept is applied also by Imperva. So Imperva has caching engines, which are basically residing nearest to the user in the same country maybe. And then once customer's content is requested by an end user, that content is cached, and the next time another user requests, it is served from the cache. So it increases the or it makes it more efficient for the delivery of the content, and the user experience is enhanced.
Question: for how long is any data cached by default?
Default, I think it's 5 minutes, but that can be configured, customized.
Okay, default is 5 minutes.
Yes. And then coming to the content types, so static content versus dynamic content, and then the freshness of the content. All of this we will discuss in the CDN chapter when we are discussing the CDN. Now, sorry, I have a cold. Now, all the caching engines, how they decide on what to cache, what not to cache, depends on the HTTP headers. So we have three categories of headers. One is the general header, then we have the request header, and we have the response header. Again, very generic. If you go by the name, it's general applicability for both requests and response messages. Then we have the request HTTP headers, which are for request type messages, and then we have the response type HTTP headers. Some of the examples: we have user agent. So user agent is basically a header that provides information about the client that has generated the HTTP request. Then we have the cookie header, which is a HTTP cookie previously set by the server. Then we have referrer. Then we have something called if modified since, which is always followed by a date. It enables clients to cache in the memory when a client needs to request a URL from the server, it will first check the local cache, then depending on if it has exceeded the time or not, depending on that, it will request the server. These are just some examples. There may be lot of other HTTP headers. So here we have some of the HTTP response headers. HTTP response header, for example, the server header, which shows the server signature, or what type of web server is running. Then we have age followed by a number, the time the object or the website, the content has been in the proxy cache in seconds. Then we have set cookie, we have location. Location is basically used to redirect the recipient or the end user browser to a location other than the requested URL for completion. Here we have some screenshots of the configuration of caching. We'll discuss this in detail a bit later. Then comes, so we talked about website security in brief. We talked about DDoS protection. We talked about the CDN and optimizer. Then we have something, another part of the solution, which is load balancing and failover. So load balancing is an additional feature. It does not come in the basic subscription. You need to buy the license separately or get it as a separate subscription. We have load balancing capabilities, which can do load balancing in the same data center, multiple servers. We can do site failovers if we have multiple data centers. We can do load distribution like a GSLB, but not like GSLB, like other GSLB solutions based on DNS. Here we are doing GSLB based on layer 7 traffic. So we are actually hitting the web server, checking the number of connections and stuff. And then based on that, we are doing the distribution of load in geographically dispersed data centers. Talking about server load balancing. So using the load balancing feature, you can distribute the load across multiple servers within the same data center. And then we can configure failover. If one of the server dies, the traffic will be distributed to only the active servers. In terms of GSLB, we have two types. One is the performance-based GSLB, and one is geography-based GSLB. Performance-based GSLB looks at best connection time, and then based on that, and also we can look at the number of pending HTTP connections from each web server. And based on that, it detects and decides where to distribute the load. Geography-based GSLB, again, it depends on our configuration. If you have configured that the traffic coming in or originating from Asia Pacific has to go to the data center in Australia, and then traffic originating from EMEA has to go to London data center, traffic originating from Africa has to go to maybe South Africa, something like that. So we can distribute the load based on the geography. We can do server failover. So we can distribute the load and also failover the traffic to only the active servers, and then the malformed servers can be taken offline. We can do site failover. We can do disaster recovery scenarios. And again, all of that can be automated by using the load balancing configuration. Sorry, I think I was on mute in the last chapter. So here I was talking about site failover and server failover. Server failover is if you have multiple servers in a data center and all are active. In case one of the server dies, load is distributed to the other set of servers which are active. And then site failover is we can do one side as a primary, one side as a backup. And then if the primary side fails, we can fail over to the secondary side. Also, this can be configured as a disaster recovery site. And if you want to do DR test, that can be automated as well. Okay, that brings us to end of lesson 1. Any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, let's proceed to the next chapter. Here we'll talk about denial of service attacks and distributed denial of service attacks. So denial of service attack is very common, where attacker sends in huge volume of traffic to the target machine, and that causes impact on maybe the bandwidth utilization is high, or maybe the resources utilization is high on the server, and then the normal or the regular users are impacted. Now, the same thing, DOS attack, if done by like hundreds and thousands of I would say attackers or maybe zombies or botnet, then it becomes or categorized as distributed denial of service. So multiple attack sources, which is very difficult to block in the firewall. You cannot keep blocking IP addresses in the firewall, practically impossible. So we need something like a DDoS mitigation tool, and where Imperva DDoS capabilities comes in picture. Some of the common network level DDoS attacks, which are volumetric attacks, SYN flood attacks, reflection or amplification attacks. So volumetric attacks is the key goal is to choke the internet bandwidth of the end system. So suppose a customer has 100 Mbps of internet pipe, and the attacker sends huge volume of maybe ping traffic or UDP get traffic to the web server or towards your web application server. And then the entire 100 Mbps of data, that bandwidth is choked. So at that point of time, if you have other users trying to access the application, they will not get access to the application because the bandwidth is fully utilized. So that's the goal of a volumetric attack. Basically, the entire internet bandwidth is utilized. Second is a very common one is SYN flood attack. SYN flood attack takes advantage of how a TCP protocol works. So TCP protocol works using, initially it does a 3-way handshake. So the client sends a SYN or synchronized TCP synchronized packet to the destination. Destination sends SYN ACK, and then the client sends back acknowledgement. So in this type of attack, what happens is attacker sends continuously SYN packets to the target machine. The target machine gets the SYN packet, but this SYN packet has a source IP of a different machine. Basically, when the attacker sends the SYN packets to the victim, what it does is it spoofs the IP address of another machine. So in this case, when the victim 1, suppose that is the target, responds back, because it thinks it's a normal TCP connection, it responds back SYN ACK to victim 2 because that was the IP which was spoofed. In that way, so the attacker keeps on sending like thousands and thousands of SYN packets. Here, the web server keeps on adding those in the connection table and sends continuously SYN ACK to another machine, which does not know or which doesn't have a clue of why these are coming from or why these are coming to that machine, because it never initiated the SYN. So it just silently drops them. So the resource utilization is going up here, the resource utilization is going up here, and then also the bandwidth utilization is going up for this victim. So at certain point, the memory or the resources might be full. fully utilized. And at that point of time, if a normal user tries to connect that web server, in case basically the service is not available. A very common type of attack. Then comes the reflection attacks. So reflection attacks, again, similar to what we saw in SYN packet, SYN flood. Here, the one target, or so one attacker, which is suppose 2.2.2.2, what it does is it sends SYN packet to millions of computers on the internet or millions of public IPs on the internet. So all those hosts, when they respond back to the target, which is the IP which was spoofed when this traffic or the packet was sent to all these computers on the internet. So that's again very common, a very easy type of attack. You just send spoofed packets to millions of IPs, and when they respond back, all of a sudden the target machine gets bombarded with like millions of SYN-ACK packets, and then it doesn't know what to do with that basically, and then the system crashes and the regular users get impacted. Then comes the amplification attack. So amplification attack is very prevalent in NTP protocol and DNS protocol. So NTP protocol and DNS protocol, how they work, we can send a small query and then get a big response. So if the query can be like 100 bytes, but the response is maybe 1 megabyte. So that is something, or this feature of DNS protocol and NTP protocol is basically exploited by attackers to launch amplification attacks on NTP servers and DNS servers. Yeah. And then comes the application layer DDoS attacks. So application layer DDoS attacks, again, that impersonate legitimate human visitors and hijack internet browsers in order to take down or slow down an organization's web servers. Very common nowadays. In recent past, we saw some of the key social media sites. They got impacted with layer 7 DDoS attacks. Then we have DNS server attacks. So DDoS attacks focused on DNS servers. Now, DNS servers, normally you will see traffic coming on UDP 53, and then the requesting for suppose A record or NS record or whatever kind of record. And the DNS server responds back, and it is cached in the local cache or your local DNS server. But at times, if the client is querying for non-existent domains or subdomains which does not exist, the DNS server responds back with something called NX domain as a response. And it's a valid response, just that saying that the domain does not exist. And that response is not cached anywhere. So practically, if the clients are sending 1 million requests to the server, NX domain requests, the DNS server is going to respond 1 million times with NX domain. This is what the attackers take advantage of to exploit the DNS protocol. How it looks like, I will show you. But before that, let's finish this slide deck. So here we have a screenshot of an example of a volumetric DDoS attack, which Imperva detected and blocked. The attack began around 10:55 in the morning. First wave was around 20 minutes, went around 350 Gbps. The second wave lasted for 17 minutes. It went up to 650 Gbps of bandwidth utilization. So if you are a normal enterprise customer or a small ISP, you might not have that much capacity of bandwidth to mitigate such DDoS attacks. So that's why Imperva, which has like terabits of capacity, they can easily detect this and mitigate such volumetric DDoS attacks. So again, the same attack is shown here in terms of packets per second. So we saw 150 million packets per second at the peak of that attack. Here is an example of application layer DDoS attack. So the green ones is the one which are cached, and then the orange ones are ones which are sent to the web server, which is around maybe 20 packets per second or 20 requests per second. But suddenly, if you see more than 100 requests per second, like 400 requests per second, definitely it's considered as a malicious pattern. And then the users are challenged. If the challenge fails, they start to drop the traffic, which is blocking basically. Here, some stats. We have some stats for DDoS attacks, which were seen by Imperva. Now, majority of the attacks, 58.1%, lasted for under 30 minutes. And then we have 9.9% of attacks which lasted for more than 720 plus hours, which is like more than a month. Maybe some misconfigurations which triggered those. But otherwise, huge volumetric traffic, volumetric DDoS attacks, those are under 30 minutes. All right. That brings us to end of chapter 2. I will quickly show you something when we're talking about DNS, right? So I'll use a tool called Dick, and I'm going to query, suppose Google DNS 8.8.8.8 for Google.a record. And Google gives me a response with the A record IP address, and it says answer is 1. Now, if I query Google for a non-existent domain, suppose A, B, C, D, E dot. So here, there is no answer. Answer is 0. And the status is NX domain. So this is what attackers take advantage of. So every time you query, every time it's going to respond with NX domain, and the TTL is going to be the same because it is not cached. Wherever, however, if you see the proper, the valid DNS queries, the TTL will vary. The TTL will decrease because it is cached. But here, it is not cached. It's always going to show the same TTL. And then the other one is, suppose www.google.com. Here, the message size received is 59 bytes, right? And the query may be small query, maybe 100 bytes or something, but the message, when we're querying a record, we're getting a small response from the server. But if you're querying, suppose, DNS, MX, if you're doing an MX query, again, it's 60. If you're doing an NS query, name server record, we get 111 bytes. So the query size is same, but the response size is getting bigger, right? If you do any, you get 1120. So the response size is even bigger, but the query size is same. This is what the attackers take advantage of. They send a small query and basically get a big response. So every time it is going to query and get a big response, this is what it takes advantage of to exploit the DNS server, launch a DDoS attack. Okay. So that brings us to the end of chapter 2. Any questions?
No.
All right. So we'll take a quick break. coffee break of
Mana coffee break nih?
maybe 10 minutes. Okay, and then we resume back.
Itu gimana Mas? Belum dibalas? Belum. Bangki dia padahal ngechat gua loh. Gua telepon deh. Checklist 1 tuh. Checklist 1? Iya. Ada fotonya nggak? Kalau di laptop nggak ada sih, tapi kalau di HP ada. Blok lu berarti kalau checklist 1 nggak ada fotonya, kocak. Kalau di HP apaan sampai di blok apa? Ini kemarin sih banyak itu. Sekarang ada checklist 2. Kalau masih checklist 1 di HP lu? Di HP gua kan nyambung kan? Nyambung, checklist 1. Masih checklist 1. Ada foto di HP lu? Di HP gua ada fotonya. Di laptop gua. Masa di blok aja? Dia nggak dendam. Iya. Wih, kurang nasi nih, gitu mau bakso. Ini apa sih ini? Coba aja bro. Rendang. Rendang Bandung. Bandung. Ini apaan sih? Batagor. Oh, Batagor. Berarti kan kayak daging ayam loh ini. Kalau jadi gitu nggak enak. Nah, enak lah. Beli lu enak nih. Kalau dibeliin enak. Mana dia? Bantuin habisin. Hah? Bantuin habisin. Wah. Pabrik yang lain pada spring break lagi ini ya? Lagi enak sih. Itu masih ada kosong bro. Kalau ya bebas lah. Hah? Ada. Itu yang si itu. Enggak, itu dari ini yang sampingnya yang paling kanan tadi. Paling kanan. Yang Indonesia di Yazid. Berarti nggak kita doang. Iya. Terus sama Ridi. Kadang ada yang personal loh. Ikut gini. Kok udah sendiri? Katanya gratis. Gratis dulu. Banyak nih. Yang gratis yang bawaan webnya kan ya. Tinggal satu habisin tanggung bawa lagi. Iya tanggung kan gitu. Biasa Indonesia tuh gitu. Aja tinggal satu habisnya 3 jam. Kasih komennya dia tuh ngecek responnya ya. Iya. Itu dik apa sih? Makin lama kan? Makin lama responnya dari Google makin gede gitu. Keren belum dolar. Dik langsung IP gitu. Dik itu 4 kali kan? Apa add itu? Google ini. Enggak itu add atau apa? Mana ini? Dik samping dik. Ini 9. Mana sih? Ini kan standar dia dik. Nah ini apa nih? Apa ini DNS Google? Enak DNS Google. Kalau Google kan 8 itu add ya? Add. Iya, add DNS Google. Ini berarti pakai add dia ya? Dik itu komen apa ya? Kayak pernah baca ya kemarin gua lihat di tuan. Mat, itu di komen apa, Mat?
Apa?
Itu dia komennya cuma ngecek respon.
Sampai sore, sampai jam 5. Hah?
Enggak, cuma ngecek komen itu buat ngecek respon ke itu kan ya Pak, ke DNS di Google ya.
Iya, itu kan Google, DNS Google tuh 8888. Dia query edik itu ya kayak NS lookup. Pernah pakai NS lookup?
Iya, iya.
Nah, sama. Kalau NS lookup kan di Windows, kalau di Linux saya pakai edik.
Ini Apple dia kan, Mac. Iya, sama.
Ya, Mac itu kan basicnya Linux.
Linux. Hmm. Udah sak buang.
Ditelan.
Iya.
Iya. Domain information blocker. Information
Apa? Mat?
domain information blocker.
Oh,
Jadi informasi yang namanya.
iya. And lookup.
Troubleshoot DNS. Biasa. Apa lagi bro?
Bukan ada lagi sakit.
Iya.
Abraham.
Oh,
Nah, mulai lagi. Cuma 10 menit.
pabriknya itu mau habis tuh. Yang mana? Belum, belum tahu.
Kemarin kali ya.
Nggak ada kemarin normal nih. Kena sekali.
Onboarding process.
Tertukar diri dari banyak banyak kartu oh besok katanya awal dia besok awal bulan oh
Kartu apa? Kartu apa?
apa sih iya kartu kan iya minggu itu
Member Kak.
member
Kak, ya.
beli tiket
Udah jadi emang.
awal bulan lah
Jadi
dia kalau nggak salah tanggal 1 deh 1 sampai berapa sekalian nih ya standar sini seperti ini dengan pakai kan oh iya oh ngikut hitungan parkir ya iya itu pembayarannya semua gitu iya itu yang pasang pas nggak waktunya kapan
2 hari mau habis, langsung gue. Langsung ke tempat.
iya langsung banget iya ini sedang mati kadang mati
Tahu.
apa ini
Lampunya doang atau listriknya gue belum pasti.
Barusan
Oh ya mati, makanya gue mesti cobain.
takut para representer iya gue yakin sih ini di Lampung itu kan nggak perlu pakai yang di mana tapi nggak berasa sih
All right. So we'll start with next chapter, which is onboarding of websites onto ImpervaCloud Web. Here, we'll look at the different steps involved in basically determining what steps or what stages we have to go through. So first we identify the websites, then we talk about the DNS changes to be done. What is the traffic flow? What kind of account structure, which sub account it will go through. So all of that is done in the discovery phase. Once that is done, then we configure the website within Imperva Cloud Web Portal. And then we do SSL configuration, basically the certificates, and then all sorts of firewall rules, DNS config, and provision the sites. Once that is done, we perform the testing, fine-tune the policies, any policies, fine-tuning required, caching policies to be fine-tuned. Once that is done, then we bring it to the production. Now, the DNS config is not always done in this stage in the onboarding, because you might be moving a production website to Imperva Cloud Web. In those cases, we can do testing without performing the DNS change. And then once everything is tested, we do a cutover date. And then during that cutover change window, we do the DNS change to migrate the traffic towards Imperva Cloud Web. All right. Now I'll take an example of a website, example website, and then I'm going to onboard that website into Imperva Cloud Web. Okay. Instead of going through the slide deck, I will show you how it looks like in the portal. Maybe some of you have done already. So the domain which you are going to onboard for the website is 5.
Ya, itu kan SDNS. Cek. Oh,
So
mana
it
ini?
is
Sama NS lookup.
5.mangocloud.in. And if you check the A record, currently this domain name is pointing to that IP address. Okay. And if you view the website, points to this website. It's the sample page. And then it shows the time. Here, you see the browser does not trust the SSL certificate. Do you know how to validate that? The validation is if you click here on not secure, you'll see certificate is not valid. So if you view the certificate, the common name is correct, organization name is correct, but the issuer is the same. So which is basically a self-signed certificate. It's a self-signed certificate because it does not, it could not validate the root certificate and the certificate or chain of trust. The browser cannot basically trust this website, right? Now, how do we fix that? Once we onboard into ImpervaCloud Web, we will see that. So let me first log into the portal. So I have logged into the Imperva portal, which is my.imperva.com. And once you log in, it redirects here. Once you're in the portal, so let me first go through the portal. In the portal, we have a dashboard. When you log in, you will see this dashboard. It talks about the number of websites you have currently onboarded. If you have DDoS protection for networks, you will see it here. If you have DDoS protection for IP addresses, you will see it here, the number of networks, number of IP addresses, and the DNS zones we are protecting. So currently I'm protecting 3 DNS zones, which is here. And then the dashboard it is showing here is for last 7 days. I can change that to last 30 days. Okay. Or maybe last 90 days. All right. Now we can download this dashboard as a PDF. If you click on download report, you can download it. Now, first section is security, where it talks about the WAF violations, mitigated bot attacks, volumetric DDoS attacks, all of that. Okay, and then if you click on view dashboard, it will take you to a analytics dashboard. Here we are seeing the top attacked websites with the website name and the count. If it is continuous, it will show the trend as well, whether the trend has gone up or down. Then we have performance statistics, where it will show the total number of requests received, requests with error, cached, cache bandwidth, and all of that. And per website, the top websites showing the number of requests. Then we have website configuration posture. Under website configuration posture, we have the DDoS settings. If there are missing DDoS settings, it will complain here. Website requiring attention, we have six not configured, where DNS is not configured. Then we have WAF settings, 19 settings which are not secure. Maybe we have the WAF policies configured only for alerting, not for blocking. Then we have SSL certificate expiration issues. So all of that configuration related issues are under website configuration posture. Then we have website reliability connection issues. Then we have website traffic statistics, how much traffic it received per website. We have statistics by geolocation, so which country we got the most traffic from. So in my case, it is all coming from US. Then we have some statistics by sub accounts. So sub accounts are basically, you can say, grouping under the main subscription. We have groups created or sub accounts created for multiple projects or multiple, you can say, business units. Okay. And this again gives us statistics of the total site visits, WAF events if the traffic was blocked, mitigated events, mitigated bot traffic, and then total bandwidth utilized and the usage in terms of bandwidth. Okay, so that's about the main dashboard. Now going to application. So this is where all our WAF related configuration is, which is under application. So at the moment we are at the parent level, but we can then go to each sub account level to see our websites. So at the parent level, we have configuration for WAF, we have configuration for API security, then advanced bot protection, client-side protection, CSP, SSL certificates. Here it shows us all the certificates that were requested and issued. Then we have attack analytics, which gives us a correlated view of all the security events. Then we have security events, specific security events, which are listed here. Then we have some basic troubleshooting here, and then we have the IP reputation list, which is reputation intelligence. We can look up IP addresses. For example, if you do 111.111.111.111, it's green, so nothing to worry about. The reputation is good, and there is no data about malicious things. Okay. Then let's go to one of our sub accounts where we have the websites onboarded. So again, at the sub account level, you have a dashboard for the websites which are part of that sub account. You go to application, we have WAF configuration, API security, advanced bot protection, CSP, SSL, TLS, and then we have the attack analytics and stuff. And here it lists all the websites that are onboarded within that particular sub account. So currently we have these many websites, like 10 entries onboarded. Out of that, if you see the status, only few of them are green, rest are showing exclamation mark. So exclamation is partially configured. Green tick mark under status is basically fully configured website. So at the moment, 5.mangocloud.in already is onboarded. So we're going to delete it from here. We also can delete. Okay, just some cleaning. Now, as part of your onboarding, you can onboard at the parent level, or you can onboard at one of the sub account level, depending on whatever the need is. So what we will do, first we click on add website. Here, you have to type in the FQDN of the website. We don't have to put HTTP, HTTPS, and port number and stuff. We just put the name of the website. Okay. Under advanced configuration, we have the flexibility to put in the IP address or the CNAME for that website, but we leave it like that. Just we let the cloud web to discover all those things. So if you click on add website, so here Imperva has detected the actual web server IP, geolocation, the DNS service provider, services running on the website. And then if you click on next or continue, here we have the configuration for SSL. So Imperva is asking whether we need, we're configuring for an active website and we want to configure the SSL certificate. Then we have configure SSL for a new website, which requires a DNS configuration, or we do no Imperva website. So these three options are basically for if you want to use an Imperva generated certificate. So as part of the onboarding, you can generate a SSL certificate from Imperva, and you can use one of these options. So if we do two-step DNS certification, DNS configuration, so first step is Imperva will give you a TXT record, and you add the TXT record in your DNS server. Imperva validates that, and then it will issue the it's going to issue the certificate based on the validation. Same here, if you select that, it is going to again give you a one-step DNS configuration. You put the DNS is checked, and then the configuration for certificate issuance system. No Imperva certificate is basically we are using our own custom certificate. We're going to upload the certificate and the private key to Imperva. For this example, we're going to use the active site. And again, if we select Imperva provided certificate, we have two options under that. We have a full domain certificate, which is basically the entire FQDN, or we can select a SAN certificate, a wildcard SAN, which is basically star.mydomain.com or mydomain.in. So in this case, mangocloud.in. So if we select a wildcard domain for the certificate, in future, if you are onboarding any other website under the same domain name, we can utilize the same certificate. Otherwise, every time you onboard with full FQDN, then the certificate needs to be issued for each website. Okay. So now we are going to use the wildcard option and then click on continue. So previously, we already onboarded website with this domain, and then we generated a certificate, a wildcard certificate. So Imperva has detected that, and we're going to use the existing certificate, which Imperva issued previously. At this moment, we have the certificate is done. So add website stage, then scan for records, configure SSL, and then the DNS records. Here, Imperva is providing us with a CNAME record. This is the CNAME record. And then steps are there, log in to godaddy.com, update the DNS record. So currently we have a record, and then we have to modify it to a CNAME provided by Imperva. So let's see. Still we have the A record, but if you look for CNAME record, there is no CNAME, right? Zero answer. So we'll wait. First, we'll make the DNS change, then we will do a lookup again. sorry, this is my DNS server portal, which is GoDaddy. And here I have a record pointing to an IP address. What I'm going to do is delete this A record and instead add a CNAME record, canonical name. And the name will be same, 5.mangocloud.in, and the value will be the CNAME provided by Imperva. So in the onboarding, we got this name, the CNAME provided by Imperva. This is what we are going to use now. And then TTL, I recommend everyone to keep TTL as low as possible. So in my case, I'm keeping it 600 seconds, which is 10 minutes. Right? Yeah, 10 minutes. And then save. So this is because in case you want to do a rollback, DNS does a lot of caching and it depends on the TTL, right? Time to live. If you do higher TTL, maybe a few hours, and in case you want to roll back your change, the DNS change, you have to wait for that many hours to TTL to expire. So during the change activity, it's recommended that you keep low TTL so that you can switch back or roll back the change quickly, and the DNS change will also immediately take into effect within 5-10 minutes. Okay, so now my DNS change is done. It's here, 5. Let's do a query. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Do you have any questions so far?
No, from my side.
All right. These are straightforward. So we'll wait for the DNS TTL to expire and then basically take into effect the new change. Yeah. So now the change has taken place in DNS and we got answer 1. What happened? It's going to different servers. Not all the servers has updated. Okay. So Cloudflare DNS, I'm querying 1.1.1.1. Cloudflare has the correct response, which is pointing to Imperva's CNAME record. And if you do a query, we should see Imperva's CNAME record, which in turn points to Imperva's IP address, which is 4562.42.171. At this point, if we try to access our website, let's see. So what happened is the first part of the connection worked, which is connection is secure, it says, and the certificate is valid. So if you see this common name, the certificate has changed, it is issued by Imperva. So the connection between my browser and Imperva is okay. But from Imperva to the web server, there is some problem. Connection failed, SSL connection failed. So let's see. Maybe it's still caching the old data. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while to refresh. So we'll check after some time. Okay, now we go back to the list of websites that are onboarded in our portal. So these are all the websites that are onboarded, and the one we did today is 5.mangocloud.in, is the date, and it still says not configured, right? There's an exclamation mark. If you click on the exclamation mark, it says pending DNS changes. We just checked DNS changes are done. So let's force Imperva to do the DNS change or to validate the DNS change. So now Imperva is doing the validation in the background. And the site is fully configured. Instead of exclamation, it is showing now fully configured. Okay. So DNS updated successfully. At this point, let's try to browse the website again. Still not. Give it some time. It will work. Okay. So let's go inside the website. We have one server, origin server is one, so one IP. Okay, and then origin POP, we haven't selected origin POP. So origin POP is, you can select a POP which is nearest to the web server. If you don't know the location, what you can do, help me choose. It's in Ashburn. Okay, and then save. So all traffic now going to that website, to my web server, is going to exit from Ashburn POP and go here. Okay, so that's at a high level the quickest onboarding. Okay, and then once the DNS change reflects everywhere, it's going to work without any issues. Yeah, but still showing the old website not secure, so something is not right. Let me try another browser. Yeah, I tried in another browser. This is in Safari. We have again valid certificate issued by GlobalSign or imperva.com. And then our domain, which is mangocloud.in, should be under the subject alternative name, which is these ones. So we have mangocloud.in and another domains which we have in our account, all are added in the wildcard certificate, which has been issued by Imperva, or well, the certificate authority is GlobalSign. It is issuing the certificates to Imperva. Okay. So at this point, our website is onboarded, but maybe it's not fully protected. So this is something we're going to check a bit later. So we're going to talk about the WAF rules and stuff. Okay, so that's about this onboarding. Okay, so there is a question. Let's say we do have our own SSL certificate. How can we upload it? Because it will improve. Okay, so if you have your own certificate, you can upload it here under the website configuration, website settings, general. Under SSL support, you have three options. Imperva generated certificate, which is currently active. If you're using your own certificate, click on configure and then upload a new certificate and the private key. So you definitely need the private key. So we can have either RSA based certificate, RSA algorithm based, or we can have ECC algorithm based certificate, which is elliptic curve cryptography based certificate for more security. Both options are supported, but we need the certificate along with the private key. Okay, there is another comment. Let's say we do have our own SSL certificate. How can we upload to Imperva? Okay, it's the same. If you're using Imperva, yeah. So when we are using an Imperva generated certificate, it is always going to show the main CN as imperva.com. And your domains are going to show up under subject alternative name, which is here. Under subject alternative name, you will see your domain names. Okay, this is standard. But of course, if you want to use your own certificate, you can upload it here and then you see your certificates. All right, any questions?
No.
Okay, that brings us to end of lesson 3. Lesson 4 is account management. So where is lesson 4? So under account management, we have user management, and then we have roles management, sub account creation, and all those things. Okay. So all of these, instead of going through the slide deck, I'm going to go through the GUI or the portal. So inside the portal, let's go to the parent account here. Under parent account, right corner on the top, right corner, we have a button called account. Under account, we have account management. Under account management, we have an option at the parent level to define the public IP addresses which are allowed to basically log in to the portal and manage your account. Okay, so if you have certain public IP networks for your organization and you want to only allow your administrators to access the Imperva Cloud Web and manage those subscriptions or manage your account, you can put the IP addresses here. You can set the time zone from here. You can set up weekly reports. Then for the account, you can set the data management region. Depending on which region you are, you can select the region. Origin lock, not very commonly used. So origin lock is, suppose you have a website which is running on IP 1.1.1.1, and you want to lock this origin for your website so that nobody else can host the website on that, right? So you can ask Imperva support to do an origin lock on that IP for your website. So that's what it means. Okay. Then sub accounts. So based on the organization's requirement, if you have multiple business units or multiple projects, you want to configure different sub accounts, or you want to categorize your websites into different sub accounts, maybe to keep this data separate or to do role-based access control, you can create sub accounts. And once you create a sub account, it's very simple. Just keep the name, create sub account. Once you create the sub account, then you can apply controls on that sub account and then basically define who can access, who can do what in that sub account. Okay. Then we have login protect. Again, login protect, we talked about this feature. We can enable users for two-factor authentication, and then we can add the user here and then enable them for two-factor authentication. Subscription. So here it talks about whatever licenses we have in terms of our subscription. it talks about all of that here in this page under subscription. So currently I have in my account, it's enterprise 100 plan, and I have additional websites. So 150 total websites I've purchased and 23 are being used. I have a load balancing capacity of 100 Mbps. So this is a separate license, needs to be procured if you want to use the load balancing feature. Login protect, we have 10,000. Infrastructure protection is for DDoS. So at the moment I have all 0. I have only web DDoS protection feature as a subscription. DNS protection, we have 10 zones can be protected. API security, yes. API security add-on, 0. And then we have the additional services, SIM integration and all of that. Here down below, we have the SLA agreements. So for your organization, if you want to have a view of how the SLA agreements looks like, this is the SLA agreement available here. You can download as a PDF. Okay, so that's about the subscription. Then comes audit trail. Yeah, somebody asked a question. So course material and the password. So course material is in the portal where you register, and also you'll get the password there. Both material and the password are available in that portal where you registered. Okay. Under audit trail, it lists down all the activities which has been performed in your account, like management or addition, modification, everything is listed here as an audit trail, and you can download it as a CSV. You can also perform filters or search in those audit messages. Usage report. Here it shows how much bandwidth has been utilized in your account each month, and then if you are using any oversubscriptions. So if you have bought 100 Mbps and if you're using 200 Mbps, then of course after 1 month Imperva is going to bill you for the additional usage. Notification settings. So here we can configure notifications to be sent as email to the administrators or SOC team or managers, whoever you want to, depending on what type of event it is. So we can have cloud security events, default notifications, certificate expiries, a new certificate generated. All those notifications can be sent and be configured and to be sent periodically or for each event. We can send executive attack report. Again, this can be configured to be sent to one or multiple users. Then we have the application security events. If you want to send application security event alerts as email, you can configure here. For DDoS, we have to configure under network security. Let me show one of them. So if I create a new notification, give it a name, suppose whatever like that. And then I think it doesn't like the spaces. Oh no, the number of characters. And then we have to select what type of event it is. So account and website. Suppose I want to do all website notifications, any website added, modified, deleted, and then recipient. Recipient, I can select all, or I can just type in here like soc@xyz.com. I can type in the email address or select the user, and then the email will be sent to those users. Okay, and this notification can be at the global level or individual sub account level. You can configure the sub account also. Okay, so that was notification. So there is a question regarding bandwidth utilization. So the bandwidth utilization is accumulated for the entire subscription. So if you have bought a 100 Mbps subscription, it is the total bandwidth all websites can use. So if you buy 100 Mbps, that 100 Mbps is distributed across all the onboarded websites. If you cross that 100 Mbps, maybe you are using 200 Mbps, then you have to pay for the additional usage. Okay. So it's not per website, it is for the entire subscription. Then comes user management. User management, we create the users here under the parent account, and then basically under the sub account, we can then add the users into different roles or assign the roles into the different sub account. But under the sub account, we cannot create users. The creation of user is only at the parent level. We cannot create sub accounts, users at the sub account level. Okay. And then once you've created the user, we can assign different roles. We can also create custom roles. For example, I want to create a role only for viewing policies or viewing usage reports. We can just select those permissions and then give a name and then create the role. Okay. And then we can assign this role to a user. Then we have SIM logs. We'll talk about the SIM log integration a bit later. So that was at the parent subscription level. If we go at the sub account level,
Dapatnya PDF. Ini di mana ya? Itu tuh.
so somebody is asking about the course material password. Can you try this password? I put in the chat.
Mana tadi?
Itu Pak, ada di
Apa?
pas lagi.
Belum sempat di.
Okay. Now at the sub account level, if we go to the accounts, so now you see current account is the sub account, and then under that we have the account management. Again, we see similar configurations. We have limitation, so you can limit the access to managing your sub account from specific public IPs. You can configure the weekly reports and stuff, and then you can specify the data region, which data region your data should reside. Okay, so there is a question, how can we monitor the current bandwidth for each domain? Now, for that, you have to go to application, and then do you see this? Last 30 days, 25 BPS. So in the list of websites under your sub account or the parent account, you will see the bandwidth usage for last 30 days. It will show here. Okay. And then if you want to see all, you can just view the dashboard. In the dashboard, it will show the top 10, how much bandwidth it is utilizing. All right. Okay. Now, again, at the sub account level, we have account settings, login protect, audit trail, usage, notification. Under user management, if we go to users, you don't have the option to add user, but if there is a button, if you click on add user, basically you are adding the user which was created in the parent account as a user in the sub account. That's all you can do. You cannot create a new user. You can only add existing users to this sub account and then assign a role. Okay, this is the difference. So we cannot add a new user within the sub account. We can only assign the user which was created in the parent account. All right, rest is Symlog and stuff. So that's all about account management. Any questions?
No.
No.
No question.
All right. Then let's go to the next chapter, which is DNS basics. So we looked at all of this in the website during the configuration. One thing, let me show in another. So some kind of recap. So this is a very high level view of how the cloud web data flow looks like. Traffic coming in from legitimate users or bad users, passing through Imperva's modules, security module, CDN, DDoS, bot, API security via load balancing. And then the traffic is distributed to wherever the website is, right? Whether it is running on-premise or running in cloud. And then, of course, you have the firewall in place where it passes through. Now, if you're talking about data flow or traffic flow without the cloud web, okay? So without cloud web, client trying to access your web application, first, it will do a DNS query. DNS provides the IP or CNAME of the application, and then the client then connects with that IP or CNAME to the web server with the HTTPS traffic. If we introduce the Imperva Cloud Web, then it becomes a little more complicated. So client does a DNS query, DNS responds back with the CNAME of Imperva, client then connects to DNS and asks for the IP address of Imperva, then it connects, sends the HTTP request to Imperva's Cloud Web, which is a reverse proxy, and then Imperva in turn initiates a new connection to your web server or the application server, gets the response, and then responds back to the client. So in this way, any malicious traffic will be blocked here and will not send to the web server, which is being protected. Okay, so that's traffic flow with Imperva Cloud Web in picture. Instead of our on-premise web server, if the web servers are hosted in, suppose, Azure or AWS, it's the same thing. The Imperva Cloud Web just connects to the cloud. Okay. One very important thing to note here is this. This URL shows the IP addresses of Imperva. Okay. Now, Imperva periodically updates the IP addresses. So it's very important you update the IP addresses in your firewall as well. So you allow only traffic coming in from these IP addresses. Recently, a new network was added. So this is 14th May. I think this one was added recently. Okay. So these are the IP pools or subnets you need to allow in your firewall. Okay. And rest everything else should be blocked. Okay. Going back to DNS. So we have covered most of the things in this slide deck. So full domain name request. So the client is requesting for, suppose, mywebsite.com. It resolves with Imperva CNAME. Then it again connects to the DNS, gets the IP, and then routes to the nearest data center of Imperva. How it does that is using BGP protocol. So Imperva, whatever IP address it is providing, it's a IP address of Imperva's reverse proxy, which is basically running behind basically running behind Anycast IP. So Anycast IP is like a load balancer virtual IP. Behind that IP, there are hundreds of other servers running. Okay. If we are talking about naked domain requests, instead of www.mydomain.com, it is like that, only mydomain.com. Then instead of Imperva providing a CNAME, it is going to provide you with two A records. Okay, so that's what is the difference between the full FQDN and the bare domain or the naked domain. The reason behind that is if you are onboarding a website with a naked domain or a bare domain, you cannot create CNAME. That's a DNS protocol limitation. That's why what Imperva does, instead of providing a CNAME, it provides you with two public IP addresses, and those two public IP addresses will be in different network ranges, so that if one network range is not available via whatever dynamic protocol you're using, the other IP will be reachable. I mean, both of them will be running from different data centers. Okay, so that's what is the difference between onboarding a full website and then a website which does not have a subdomain. So for example, let me show you that. Just change that. Okay, let me show you the configuration. Yeah, this is the one. So here, original web server is running on this IP, but Imperva, when we onboarded to Imperva gave us two IP addresses. These are the Anycast IP addresses, and both will be in different IP ranges. One is in 240, one is in 250. Okay, and it also provides a CNAME, but that CNAME is only for the subdomain, which is www.mangodns.in. So if you have a website which has www in the beginning or a sub account, subdomain, then you will use CNAME. If does not have a subdomain, only the parent domain name, then you will use two A records in your DNS configuration. Is that clear? Any doubts here? Okay. So that's about the DNS configuration. Onboard the website. Once you've onboarded the website in Imperva Cloud Web, this is the DNS change you're going to make. If your website is like this, like a full FQDN, you will use CNAME. Instead, if it is like this, without the subdomain, then you will use the A records provided by Imperva. Okay. Now we have something called CNAME reuse. CNAME reuse is for enterprise customers only. What it gives us is, if you have a server, a web server running multiple websites, and all those websites are under the same domain name, like that, Mango domain, DNS.in or ABC or star. In that case, to save licenses, you can onboard one website like this, and then rest of the websites you can basically use CNAME reuse and point your DNS to this CNAME. So all the websites will be protected, okay, using one license of Imperva. So that's about CNAME reuse, but it is only available for enterprise customers. Right, so that was CNAME reuse. Then let's go to the next topic. So we covered DNS and CNAME reuse. Then we have next topic is SSL. We talked about SSL briefly. So we talked about, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have one question.
Mhm.
1 second. Yeah, I can. I hope you guys can hear me again. My mic got disconnected in between. Yeah.
Yes, I
So
can hear you.
yeah, the question is like when you're saying that CNAME reuse, right? So for example, our license will have 150 sites can be configured within Improv within the license. So for example, I'm configuring one particular site which is which I'm onboarding. Then after that, I'm adding additional site within the CNAME reuse because since they're hosted with the same server itself. So
Mhm.
so when we had like 10 extra CNAME servers within the reuse, will that license will go down from 150 to
License
means
will
like,
be still one. You will use one license.
oh, okay, okay.
So for
So
example,
yeah.
let me show you the example. So first of all, it has to be enterprise customer.
Ya, enggak sih.
Second is same origin server.
Okay.
Okay. So when I say same origin server, that means suppose you have a domain called www.google.com. It is running on 1.1.1.1. abc.google.com running again on 1.1.1.1. xyz.google.com. Okay, if this is the case, you can just onboard one website and use the rest as CNAME reuse. Okay, in that
Got it.
case, you will use only one license. But
Okay.
the limitation is here when you are seeing the stats and the attack analytics and everything, it will only show the primary website. Everything will be related to the primary website. Even the bandwidth utilization, it will be listed for the primary website. Rest, all the CNAME reuse is basically under this website then.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
That's the limitation. The rest, everything is same.
Yeah, like the second question to my the first question is like we have license, right? So when we go to the subscription, it will show 150. So when we add additional sites, does it count or it does not count?
If you're doing CNAME reuse, it will not count. It will count only one.
Okay, just one. Okay, okay, got it. Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Then let's go back to the next topic. TLS, you know, transport layer security. So previous was SSL. SSL and TLS are interchangeably used. So SSL is secure socket layer, and then The newer version is called TLS. So all our today, whatever encryption we are using, or not encryption, the communications we are using from our web browser is mostly TLS using certificates. Now, why we use TLS is for confidentiality, so that the data between our endpoint or the web browser to the web server is encrypted and no one can do eavesdropping. Even, well, it is possible if they do SSL offloading and stuff like that. And then this is a required or mandatory requirement by PCI DSS. So if you are a merchant or a bank or any website transacting with credit cards, then you have to have HTTPS enabled. Then we use it for privacy. Yes, it gives us privacy because the transactions cannot be seen by anybody else. Then SEO. So in terms of search engine ranking, like for example, Google, they take into consideration whether your website is HTTPS enabled or not. In HTTPS enabled websites gets better ranking. Okay. SSL certificate, you know already. It has a certificate chain, domain name, company details, expiration details of the certificate, subject alternative names, and most importantly, the issuer, who issued and when it is going to expire, right? Now, a certificate is dynamically given whenever you are accessing the website. It is dynamically given from the web browser, with the website, and then downloaded to your web browser. But how does the web browser actually validate that certificate is using this trust chain. Now, each browser has a database of these global root certificates, and based on that, it can basically validate the certificates, that whatever root certificates are available within the browser from the database, it can validate the known certificate authority. Okay. These are simple things. Okay, encryption process from the browser. It does encryption with the public key of the server, and then sends it to the server. Server uses its own private key to decrypt the message. Similarly, when the server sends the same, it uses its client's public key and then sends it over, and the private key, it uses the private key to decrypt the message. When we were onboarding the website, we saw there were requirements to generate a SSL certificate from Imperva. If you're not using the Imperva certificate, you can always use your own certificate. If you're using Imperva certificate, you have to validate the domain by using a DNS-based validation. You can generate a certificate which is a wildcard certificate, something like your domain name, or you can create a full FQDN or a full FQDN certificate. If you're using a wildcard certificate, that certificate can be used by any other website in your same domain. Okay. In terms of connection, there are two connections. One is between the web server, between the client and the Imperva's Cloud Web Proxy. And the next connection is between Imperva and your origin web server, which is being protected. Both of them can have different certificates and different SSL TLS versions. Okay. These two are independent of each other. The connection between the client and Imperva, and the connection between Imperva and the web server. Okay, talking about SNI, server name indication, allows multiple certificates on the same server. So if it is a SNI supported one, then basically the client requesting to the web server for a particular website, and then the website just returns the certificate for that domain. If the client does not support SNI, then the web server just returns the default certificate. But this is very old clients. New clients don't support SNI. Non-SNI clients, if you want to get a better solution, then we use subject alternative name in a wildcard certificate, or what is also called a SAN certificate. So we can use SAN certificate to add all our domains in one certificate, or we can use wildcard SAN, which is basically all the domains and all the subdomains, one level subdomain under that domain. So remember, this star means only one level down, not multiple levels. Okay. So how ImpervaCloud provides a new SSL certificate for customers issued by Global Sign. Not so no more Komodo. Komodo is gone. Mandatory to all websites. Yes. Custom. You can upload your own certificate, and then you have the option to do either RSA based, RSA algorithm based, or ECC algorithm based certificate. All right. So take that. Any questions so far?
No.
Di PT masih ada yang cloudnya. Masih.
All right, so that's about SSL. So we'll do the next chapter, which is security rules, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay. So security rules, let me first quickly go through the slide deck. So we saw the website security part of the solution. We have access control, which is basically you put ACLs based on IP addresses, regions, or countries. We can use bot mitigation for protecting from known bots or known clients, unknown clients. Then we have the WAF, which is Web Application Firewall. And then we have the custom rule and policy engine. So these are a bit old screenshots, but I will show you in the GUI. Now, in terms of client classification, we have around 900 clients, known clients. Well, this is a growing number. This was some time back. And it's always they're adding to the database newer clients. Bot access control, we have a list of known good bots. You can also select what you want to deny. That is possible. Customization is possible. And then we can we have an option to basically block the bad bots. We'll see that in the portal. This has completely changed now. So this is an old screenshot. And then we'll talk about the custom rules or the in-cap rules. Okay. So let's go here in the portal. And then first of all, we'll see the WAF policies. So WAF policies is here at the sub account level or the parent account level. We create the policy first. So for example, I want to suppose block bad actors list. So this is something we created. So give it a name and then configuration. In the configuration, we can either add the country or we can add IP addresses to block, and then we can apply it on whichever website we want. So in our case, our website is this, and then that's fine. And this is the ACL type configuration. We can block IP addresses. So for just for test, I'll block my IP address, or I'll just say block by country. So Europe, United Kingdom, block. Okay, so what I've done is I've added ACL, and I have added a country, United Kingdom, is a source. And so all traffic coming in from United Kingdom will be blocked. So let's validate that. Still accessible. Yeah. Access denied. Error 16. Now, if you are in doubt what on earth is error 16, you can go here, docs.imperva.com. So all the documentation of Imperva is available here, docs.imperva.com. And under that, you have CloudWave in Capsula. And under that, you have CloudWave error messages and codes. This is where all the error message codes are listed. So error 16, the request was blocked by our security service. So blocked by ACL. Let's see. Definitely it is ACL because it's error 16. Okay, now let's remove that. So if you see, if you go to the website, you will see that policy is applied there to the website. So let's go to the website. So this is the policy applied. Okay. Another requirement could be, so let's go back to the sub-account level. Policy. Sometimes what happens is there is a request to whitelist IP addresses so that it bypasses all WAF security controls. For example, suppose AppDynamics or maybe Rapid7. If you want to perform PCI scanning or Rapid7 vulnerability scanning, for that, you can create a allow policy, a whitelist policy, allow the IP addresses of Rapid7 scanner. Okay, and then basically this is a whitelist or something called the allow list. So when you're creating the policy, instead of ACL, we'll be creating as a allow list, and in the allow list, we'll allow the IP addresses of the scanner. So in that way, the vulnerability scan traffic will not be blocked by Imperva security controls. Okay, so this is required when customers ask you for excluding any IP from CloudWave.
Hello. Can I have a question? Can you allow whitelist by IP range?
IP range, I think we can, yeah. Like that?
Yes, yes, yes. Or by dash. Can you allow using dash?
I haven't tried that. Let's see. Yeah, X.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so once you have done that, you can apply it on the website, or you can enable it as a default policy if you want to apply for all websites. Okay, and this is limited to the sub account because we are at the sub account level. If you are creating at the parent level, this policy, then you can apply it to multiple sub accounts also. Okay, so let's have a look. If you go to the parent level, application, WAF, policies. Here, if I go to suppose policy scanner and then apply, so here we can apply it to the web asset, or we can apply it to a sub account as well. Okay, because this policy is created at the parent level. Okay, so that was ACL and allow list. Other type of policy is the WAF policy itself. So for example, if you want to create a WAF rule or a WAF policy, standard WAF policy, suppose. In the configuration, it will show us the categories. So we have the XSS category, we have illegal resource access category, remote file inclusion, SQL injection. These four categories has like hundreds of rules inside them within this category. So all the OWASP top 10 attack categories or attack types, all are categorized under these four. Okay. And then you have, of course, other types of web application attacks, all are under these four categories. By default, all are set to alert only. Okay, our recommendation is to do this block request and apply on and apply to 5.mangocloud.in, and yeah, that's all, and then save. Okay, so now this WAF policy will be applied to our website, which is here. So this is the one we applied just now. WAF rules, my standard WAF policy enabled. At this point, if you run some scans, maybe it will trigger some rules. Let's see. It's some rules. Let me see where it is. So there's a tool called W3AF. Maybe we can use that. And target. Data parameter value. Yes. We see the syntax. I forgot the syntax. W3AF.
Lupa kau mana itu? Untuk apa ya? Untuk scanner. Untuk database.
Set target. Target, set target. So first you have to do plugins and then set target. Set target. And then plugins. XSL SQLI. Yeah. Okay, and then start. Okay. No, what did we? Sometimes the syntax is a lot of problem. And remember the syntax. So target. Okay, let's do that first. It XSS SQLI CS. Yeah, now it worked. Okay, so now it's initiating a lot of traffic. You can run this again. Another tool, WAPT. It's correct.
Ada slash lagi kalau nama domain. Slash apa di domainnya?
Let's see if we got any traffic here. So if you go to the website dashboard, real time, something is blocked here. See the real time dashboard. You can see the real time traffic from here, show visitor samples. So here, this is what I was trying to access using the tools and categorized as bots. Okay, and it was blocked, 14 pages blocked, here 21 pages blocked. Okay. And all of the stats is not yet refreshed. It takes some time to refresh the stats. But yes, it got blocked. And then if you see the security events for that website, it's not yet refreshed. It takes around 10 minutes to update here under security events. Okay, so that's the default, the out of the box WAF policies. In addition to those, if you want to create custom WAF policies or custom, what we call custom security policy, what we can do is we can go here under the website, security rules. And we can add a rule here. Suppose I want to block any traffic not coming from a web browser from UK. Second say country code is, suppose United.kingdom, and client type not equal to browser. If this condition matches, we can do security block request.
From UK.
Okay, so all non-browser traffic from Great Britain will be blocked. So quickly we can validate that. If you do curl command,
Five. Go create. Why FIFA ya apa FIFA? Salah apa? Salah.
oh sorry. Okay, so what it says here is some kind of error and then encapsulate resource name and then stuff like that. So basically it is request unsuccessful and it has an incident ID. Okay, so it's not allowed. If you're using curl, it's not allowed. But if you're using the browser, it should be allowed. Let's see, reload. Probably because of the other rule, which is that one. That one. So here we can remove that. We cannot modify here. So we have to go to sub account level. And then bad actors, configuration, remove the button from there. General, save. Okay, so now after a minute, you should be able to access the website here. Yeah, no data. No data. Yeah, but if I'm using a web browser, it is working. 5:44 9 a.m. 5:44. Okay, but if I'm using curl command, it does not give me any content. And if we check here the dashboard, real time, show sample. And this is what we did, curl command. We used the curl command and it got blocked. Okay, rule is this one, block non-browser traffic from GB. However, when we are using Safari, previously it was getting blocked from the old rule. But after that, it should be allowed. Okay. Yeah, somebody allowed from Malaysia. The reason why your request is coming, but it's not reaching here, because we have some other policies applied. That's why. Anyway, curl will not work because it's getting blocked. And then if you want to see where it is blocked, Yeah. So here we have under security events, you will see something like this. Let's see if this website has been populated. So it takes some time to populate the data. Yeah, maybe around 10-15 minutes. After that, you will see this data here. Okay, so that was the custom security rule. Custom security rules are mostly used to fulfill any business logic requirements. So if your business logic says that this website has to be accessed from a certain IP, certain parameters, so all those can be configured using custom security rules, which is here under the website security rules. Now here, what we can do is we can create redirect rules, rate limiting rules, security, rewrite request, forward, rewrite response, and override WAF rules. So we just created a sample rule with like an agent type. We can also create rules based on other parameters like ABP action. If advanced bot protection says that this is malicious, then take action, maybe block. Or we can say attack IP. If there is an attack IP, you know the attack IP, you can, based on that, you can take action. Then we can take IP reputation. So IP reputation risk level. So if the IP reputation risk level is high, then maybe you redirect the traffic or redirect response, whatever, security alert, something like that. Okay, so maybe security alert. Okay, and how do we get to know the IP reputation level is here. So based on the reputation of the IP, so here it is high. So anything coming from this IP, it will trigger this and send the alert. Okay, and then you can also say IP reputation is high and your URL is, so basically, suppose you are running WordPress, so WP admin, like that. So if the URL contains this and the IP reputation is high, we can alert or we can simply block request. Okay, so there are more examples here. If you go to the documentation portal, there are tons of examples. You can get reference from there. So under, sorry, Encapsula, then we have, is it here? Rules. Security rule examples, use cases. I'll share that link. Okay, so there are a few questions. Can we customize the error page? Yes, the error page can be customized. I will show you in a bit where it is. Okay, let me show you that first. So under the website, I think it was under delivery. Yeah, under delivery. So under the website, under delivery, custom error page, and then you can select whatever custom error page you want, and then get the HTML code. If you click on this icon, you can copy the HTML code, something like this, and then you modify the HTML code basically as per your organization requirement. Okay, it has a SVG file. So this is the SVG for Imperva logo. You can also update it with your own company SVG file logo to match the look and feel. Okay, so that's the custom error page. Then we have, what is the difference between WAF policy and security rules? Very good question. So WAF policy are very limited functionality. Okay, So WAF policy, either we can create a ACL, allow list or a deny list based on IP addresses or country, or we can use the WAF policy based on the out-of-the-box policies. So out-of-the-box website categories, right? We saw here XSS, illegal resource access, RFI, SQL injection. So based on this, if you want to create a policy out of the box, this is what you do. In addition to this, if you want to create some custom rules like we did here, okay, those are custom security policies or custom security rules. Okay, and very granular you can create based on your requirements as per your business logic. You can also use inputs from your vulnerability scan. If you run a web application security scan and it has reported some vulnerabilities, you can use those to create rules here. So you can create security rules, and these security rules, some examples are here in the help document. Bot protection, account takeover, application hardening. So this is the one I was talking about. If your vulnerability management software is reporting that your application supports port, head option, these methods of HTTP requests, you can, instead of doing changes in your application, you can write a code here. Just say add. And here you can say method is equal to post, comma, options. You have to method support options, head. So if these are the options, then someone is requesting, block it. Okay, so these are custom rules you can create. And if you want to know the syntax, just click here. It will tell you about the syntax and or operators, or you can also check from here, or you can view the help document regarding the syntax, create rules. Okay, then we can create another rule using user agent, SSL cipher, tons of them. So very granular rules you can create. You can do HTTP query string, param value, referrer. Mostly banks use this. If the referrer is starts with or ends with certain, then redirect the page or block the page. You can take action. Okay, a lot of options are available here. Also, another one is a very common one is forward or redirect. Suppose you have a website abc.com and you want all users coming to abc.com to forward to xyz.com. So what you do is add rule. Here you leave it brand, the condition. Under rule action, you can say forward. Redirect. So HTTP 302 redirect, which is permanent redirect. And then you can say HTTPS abc.com. So anything under that, you send it to xyz.com. Or you can leave it blank also, so that any traffic coming to your website which you've onboarded, for example 5.mangocloud.in, will be redirected to this guy. Okay. Then we have WAF override settings. WAF override settings is used if in case the out of the box policy is what you have created here, right? RFI or XSS, whatever. If you want to override that, you can create an override rule matching some criteria, and then you can override the WAF rule. So you can put your filter criteria here. Okay, so if the any header value is equal to trusted, then override web settings, suppose cross-site scripting, and ignore. So it will ignore any cross-site scripting reported on traffic coming in where it says header value equal to trusted. Okay, you could also do something called rewrite request or rewrite response. So the response coming in from the web server, you can also put additional headers and then send it to the client. So that's pretty much about the security rules. Any questions here? Or any other use case you want to try? On the security event tab, can we filter by IP range? We can use IP range. I don't know a range, but yeah, definitely we can use IP. So source IP. There is a source IP somewhere. Client IP. So you can use client IP equal to something like that, or validate access value, something like that. Okay, and then take action, redirect or forward or security alert, something like that. Okay, any more questions? Okay, if there are no questions, we stop here and then break for lunch, and then we resume after 1 hour. Okay, and if you have any questions during lunch, let me know after lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and we meet again after 1 hour. All right.
Iya, lunch. Berapa lama? Nggak tahu. 1 jam. 1 jam katanya tadi. Nggak dengar. Makan. Ada Bram. Yang jago. Bram. Bram udah jago nih klub nih. Baik di aku sih. Tadi kan beli dari udah. Udah. Gue nggak pakai Wednesday macam itu. Yang dua kan? Iya, gue pakai video. Nah, obat video dulu. Oh iya. Gede. Ya yang langsung gede bisa video. Oh itu bisa. Gue udah bilang mereka terus mau video. Hah? Iya. Kalau itu tidak testa. Lu bisa upload video gitu kan? Iya, udah nyampe sedikit. Oh ya. Cuma gratisan doang sih, tapi bisa di mana dihapus sama dia? Bisa. Kita bisa sendiri. Kalau gua nggak bisa apa-apain aja. Tuh Mas Bayu. Satu. Berunding apa itu? Apa itu? Hah? Tadi. Apa tadi? Saya full. Untuk online. Kenapa kemarin sih? Pasah cuci. Kenapa? Dompet cuci. Lo habis berenang. Dompet bisa basah gitu. Dompet cuci. STNK basah. Duh, nggak lobek STNK. Enggak, emang basah dari mana? Kecuci. Kecuci. Iya, kecuci. Dompet-dompetnya. Iya, semua. Sama-sama jadian. Jadi langsung ganti motor. Ya, amin ya Allah. Amin. Doain dibalikin. Baik-baiknya ada jamin. Mencari Muhammad. Sudah makan Pak? Kamu? Hah? Potongan gede banget. Oh iya. Iya Pak. Potongan gede banget. Potongan apa? Itu lebaran. Lebaran. Oh. Belum tempat. Belum. Belum. Udah. Belum. Kan belum kemana? Belum juga. Tuh, udah. 10.000. Itu tadi. Belum lama. Belum Pak. Bertahap ya, apa dulu?
Merasakan abjad itu. Merasakan abjad.
Saya M terakhir. Iya, kok begitu? Jangan yang buat. Nah, saya lain dan kan udah jawabannya. Kemarin kan ini potongannya juga dapat cuci. Persebaran. Potong. Makin nggak ada aja kalau dipotong terus-terusan. Relasinya rata Pak. Relasinya di pinggir beda gitu makan. Makanya jadi gak enak. Nggak jadi beli motor dong. Andai, apal sih bukan? Tadi belum masuk kan? Oh, udah digital kali. Iya.
Referensinya ada ini. Ini.
Di YouTube ya.
Coba lihat langsung. Tadi nggak tahu ini di mobil juga ini. Belum tahu. Segini. Segini. Ini gue
Terus tahunnya kapan ini? Untuk tahun depan. Tahun ini habis 30 tahun ya.
belum. April.
Iya.
Di HP itu potongannya segini. Di HP itu
Dari tua.
tapi belum masuk kan itu
Enggak. Emang kan lu bisa cek di aplikasi JHT.
BPJS School kalau nggak salah webnya PJMO kalau di itu di aplikasi Play Store nya kalau websitenya itu BPJS.
Lu nggak ada option gitu ya.
belum semua kan
Hah?
dan di kalau asli gua makanya saya muda juga belum
Iya nggak di YouTube. Kadang dipikir benar dipindahin semua.
bisa
Apa yang dia iya.
mungkin kan ibu 2 hari nah, itu sama padahal kan harusnya kalau operator sih nggak ada libur nggak ada cuti harusnya yang tanggal merah kan ada yang tetap masuk dianggapnya cuti iya kayak memasukkan ya cuti
Dia tahu sih.
iya ini operator kita nggak ada cuti nggak dia libur gitu yang tanggal merah tetap ada yang masuk ada yang enggak nah tetap dipotong kan sih potongan cuti tetap ada
Karena sebenarnya kan kita bicara orang
Iya,
yang resmi.
iya makanya
Kalau operator kan selalu tanggal merah kalau ada gubernur.
kalau ada jadi jatuhnya kontrak lembur terus
Mau nggak?
majuin atau udah telat juga lebih jauh
Enggak. Maksudnya udah hitungannya lebih tahu.
mau itu ini buat
Niat mau ngobrol aja.
foto apa di mana
Ah, yes.
Apa yang saya ada dari itu ya. Mana bisa apa
Ya masih bisa buat beli rokok akhirnya.
makin terus pak aliran terus saya pak makin asem aja.
Aerok.
Beli mobil aja itu ya. Beli rokok.
Rokok rasanya kecil.
Belum pernah nggak sama sekali. Mesti balik lagi pak balik terus. Iya harus lebih kurang ini karena
Profit saya hampir full ya. Profit saya hampir full. Potong sedikit.
kan tiap hari masuk pagi.
Juga saya tengah dari 15 ke 15 kan.
Iya.
Tapi gue baru join tanggal 3 2 minggu gue baru potongan.
Potongan. Tapi masih udah masuk sih.
Belum ngapain berarti
Gimana?
Awal mah dilebihin.
Jauh lebih.
Biar senang dulu ya.
Belum potong.
Iya sih.
Belum didaftarin kemarin.
Bilang bulan kedua baru dipotong BPJS.
Oh saya sudah di telepon BPJS itu ya katanya. Perusahaan ya. Begitu ya.
Bahagia dulu ya.
Ya baru udah dipotong baru.
Kok gini
Ini
ya?
apanya?
Makan rasanya nggak nikmat langsung.
Itu sama kayak BPJS.
Iya jaminan
BPJS tenaga kerjaan kok biasa.
Itu belum ada potongan BPJS. Oh, udah.
Jaminan hari tua.
Kerja.
Iya, maksudnya tenaga kerja. Kalau ini dulu jam sostek.
Kalau ke mana-mana, 100. Iya mas, 600 sih gitu ada potongannya. 2.000 lebih 600 sedikit. Ya. Yang libur ya kan. Oh
iya sih sama itu ya.
iya, harus yang libur dia skip kan. 2 hari di musik itu. Orang.
double.
Apa ini? Itu juga dapur loh, foto. Awet. Sore aja gitu mah. Sore aman. Sekarang mau foto gitu. Ada apa aja nih?
Ini mau bikin ini.
Bagi-bagi buat sore.
Bisa buat makan 2 kali ya.
Buat sore ayam aja, Dik.
Iya Pak, enggak ayam dibagi 2 juga.
Bisa 3 kali dong. Itu kan ada 4 lauk di 4 kali lah harusnya.
Sekarang nasi sama-sama dulu.
Ekstrim nih.
Kalau mungkin buat instan. Iya, Mbak. Ini semuanya bisa online.
Ajaran dari SD bisa. Maka ajaran orang dari SD punya.
Udah paham cara kerjanya workload-nya.
Apa gambaran besarnya sih paham, cuma untuk detail untuk setting polisinya kurang ini, belum nangkep.
Tapi ini masih lebih simpel daripada
yang secure ya.
Iya, bagus.
Sebenarnya cuma nentuin IP-nya itu mbak, nentuin IP-nya yang seperti gimana sama role-nya apa.
Tadi kan workload-nya tuh jadi proxy gitu, perantara antara klien ke server aslinya. Berarti kalau kita buka misalkan tadi 5mangocloud.in, yang kita buka sebenarnya yang ada di workload, bukan dari server aslinya. Kan ada caching dia, cache gitu.
Kita masuk servernya si WAP kan,
Iya.
baru dia ngedirect ke server asli.
Nanti disimpannya tuh di cache yang jadi ambilnya dari web aslinya. Jadi kita melihatnya ke WAF Cloud. Nah, WAF Cloud itu kan punya CDN tuh, Content Delivery Network tuh. Dia punya banyak CDN, server CDN. Nah, caching itu semua dibaginya di CDN dia. Nanti kita posisi terdekat kita kemana?
Posisi terdekat atau tercepat yang
Ya, itu nanti di kita yang kita akses jadi ke CDN itu. CDN yang terdekat sama kita atau yang tercepat tergantung apa settingannya lah. Yang tercepat kan ada performance base atau geography base tadi.
performa yang tercepat, geografi yang terdekat ya.
Ya, gitulah cara kerjanya jadi workload.
Kalau konfigurasi ini nanti dibahas juga kan ya kayak tadi.
Nggak tahu saya. Ada simulasinya nggak?
Jadi kalau cloud kan harusnya dia nyediain untuk demonya kan, akun demo buat kita simulasi.
Ada kita dari BPT ada tuh. BPT nyediain
yang cloudnya.
Yang cloud. Ada sama virus tuh. Coba aja di situ. Ya, kita kalau bisa ada web apa dulu, ada domain dulu ya, domain coba gitu.
Ini domain biasa aja, dummy. Terus dicoba misalkan di effect gitu, contohnya apa gitu. Solusinya yang di setting yang apa. Mereka punya resource besar juga ya Pak ya. 650 throughput ya.
Ya cuma perlu mendaftarkan apa tadi nama Impervanya itu ke DNS provider kita. Misalkan kita DNS-nya ada di GoDaddy, kita buka GoDaddy kan cuma nambahin sinimnya itu yang Imperva DNS.net ini. Ya, orang mengakses ke server apa web kita diakses jadi Imperva.
Direct ke Imperva dulu jadi.
Mes di mana ya DNS-nya?
Kalau untuk kasus BRI juga gitu dong.
Iya.
BRI yang mesti ngajuin ke sana gitu.
Si Pojen kan udah ngecek itu mapping DNS itu, mapping aplikasi. Karena ada yang pakai Imperva DNS.net.
Iya.
Nah itu yang cloud itu.
Oh, nah itu juga ada yang kemarin saya merahin juga Pak.
Ya.
Jadi API-nya tuh nggak, IP-nya tuh nggak sesuai. Ada yang pakai IP cloud-nya itu yang ditulis di mapping itu nggak ada.
Widih, buat sore dong ini.
Ini bocor ya.
Enggak dibawa pulang ya Jack ya. Di tahlilan. Mau loh. Enggak, habis akikah gitu. Belum ntar ditanyain nggak Zak, lu lagi akikah di mana nih?
Ayo.
Ini kayak kerupuk kulit dibasahin. Kerupuk kulit dibasahin.
Iya, itu lecet. Bisa.
Apa itu kan?
Nah, lu kesan itu. Ya, bisa. Terus sudah dari banyak ini.
Ini kulit ya? Mandi semua.
Oh, manusia.
Ini dapat mie ayam telurnya. Kirain ayam nih, ini kalau
Ya, nangka itu. Nangka. Tak nangka. Iya.
kirain itu daging atau ayam tadi.
Tidak nangka. Ya, pulang dengan bawah. Wow. Ini tuh, sayur.
Ayamnya
Iya, iya. Ini yang ikhlas. Kemarin lagi jam berapa? Sore mana? Sore itu berapa? Jam 5. Oke tadi. Oke gitu. Kuat kali Pak. Pasang gitu. Soalnya pasang besok. Soalnya kuat kayaknya.
Ini orang bukan. Paten kok. Tadi kopi sudah. Oke. Kalau lebih yang libur atau yang malam? Siang, sore. Jam 6 aja. Iya.
Amirul. Kayaknya orang Malaysia ya.
Mana?
Amirul, Sarus,
Amirul, iya.
Zaki itu.
Zaki orang Malaysia juga ini.
Zaki. Orang Malaysia.
Orang gak jelas.
Itu yang kata Pantas bilang kita yang orang-orang suci kita behaviornya lembur banyak suci. Lembur dong? Iya, maksudnya uangnya lembur. Nggak di di notaris. Kalau lembur bahasanya apa? Nggak ada juga ya. Itu kan. Hitungannya tuh dia ngasih kayaknya nggak ada. Itu ngambilnya dari ini kan, dari absen kita kan, report ini ya. Cikulu ini. Berarti sampai setahun kayak itu terus banyak. Tahun kayak gini terus. Telur aman tapi laporan yang nggak aman kita aja aman banget itu. Terus pun benerin ayam. Malah? Ayamnya bang, gua makan ayam bawa buah. Ayam juga. Aman, kayaknya nih sama sih. Aman. Kalau ngamen berarti nggak. Hah? Diangetin aja. Sebelum pulang ngambil dulu. Oh, salah. Ayamnya aja. Telurnya bukan ya. Ya, itu nggak pernah dapat. Dan maksudnya perjanjian sosial itu 5. Kalau mendapat pastinya, ya kalau yang dipotong 600 sedikit yang sama. Pokoknya nggak mau biaya orang dari beri. Enggak, coba cek dasarnya 3 atau 4. 3, 8. Oh iya, 8. Iya sama pasti. Ambil sama lo maksudnya sama lo. Iya. Yang ini kita udah sebelum dipotong. Ya, betul. Jadi enggak ini mana? Yang 5 kenapa ya? Karena hasilnya itu dia bisa meninggalkan ya. Kamu kepotong banyak pinjam kita dia 600 sebut. Gue mah ya cuma dari awal kerja sih. Gaji basic salary-nya full. Cuma kehadirannya dari awal kerja ke 9 hari. Iya, 4,5. Jadi sekarang enggak, tunjangan kehadirannya 4,5. Iya, sekarang lebih. Iya. Ada deh. Masih sama-sama. Dia lebih gedean dulu kok. Iya, tidak. Tapi kalau dihitung itu lebih dari mana? Enggak lah. Lebih. Gue juga dari mana? Sebenarnya awal-awal itu kalau iya, itu dari tanggal berapa? Sama dong, ini tanggal 5 lah kalau nggak salah. Masih tanggal berapa nih? Kata 5 ya benar. Juga. Tanggal 5 terus. Ya, gede lagi ya ini. Ya pokoknya habis lebaran itu. Bro. Apa bro? Gue belum ngecek bentar bro. Itu doang. Mampu kan gitu paling. Oke, doang. Bisa kali. Enak. Ngapain? Bisa. Iya. Ini. Masih sih ada rokoknya. Gue nggak ada rokok. Jan, harusnya. Lo ada rokoknya? Ada rokok. Boleh nembeng. Ada kok ini. Ayolah nih. Ayolah. Ayolah. Yaudah, gue nebeng dulu ya. Besok gue ganti rokoknya. Yang penting lu punya komik. Dorek ya? Gue udah 2 kali hilang dulu. Dorek gak tau kemarin gue hilang. Hilang ada. Nah, ada di situ. Udah ambil rokoknya. Kemarin segini, sekarang segini lagi. Kok bisa bersyukur? Banyak persen ya, bos. Pakai uang itu. Ayo, belum nggak? Tahu gelap. Ini belum kepake bro. Jangan diajar. Bohong belum mau pakai. Ini kepake mati. Dia senengnya sama ini kunci rambut ini. Anjay. Iya ya. Oke, lo bisa dong berarti. Berarti gue potong. Hah? Ini rambut. Iya. Buang di mana nih? Ayo jatuh, tuyul gak? Tuyul. Ini buat plastik dulu lumayan. makanan sih tadi. Konveksi mes. Ya, alas. Berarti itu ada di info kalau ada di absen ya? Ada slipnya. Udah langsung ya? Langsung. Biasanya sih nggak langsung ada, maksudnya lamanya berapa hari gitu? Nggak tahu, paling berapa jam. Oh, berarti besok. Tapi sekarang ada. Udah lo Jack? Belum postingnya. Biasanya suka setengah jam belum ada. Password apa ya? Password ini ya? Password ini. Password ini ya? Password aplikasi ya? Apa tuh kemarin? Sekarang begini nih, tempel. Sama ini. Udah gue sini. Screen ya? Masih? Display. Langsung habis. Selipnya nggak ini nggak rinci. Nggak rinci. Ini seperti. Maksudnya take home pay itu apa sih? Take home pay. Belum potongannya. Adalah. Oh, sebulan ini. Kalau virus, tidak begitu apa? Waktu apa? Dalam bulan maksudnya? Iya. Masuknya bulan ini? Iya iya. Iya benar. Kan bilang. Kan. Tuh nggak ada. Tuh nggak ada. Masa jam sih? Jam 2 ngabsen 5 jam 3 jam 8 ya ikut. Gua nggak lagi nggak masuk buku. Nah ini juga ada loh. Jam. Yang masuk kamu udah ada. Enggak, soalnya apa tadi wajib 5 jam. Berarti sesuai absen dia dibaca. Harus. Jadi gitu. Kalau itu udah absen ini. Nah, ini lo udah semua di berapa itu gitu. Saya meeting nih, di rumah. Tinggalin mana? Belum itu. Itu ketemu ada. Ada surat dinas. Iya sih. Ya gue bingung nih ada. Lihat apa? Perhitungan ini. Halo.
Kalau kemarin libur tuh lebaran doang kan, sisanya nggak ada hari merah apa.
Lebihnya.
Ya harusnya gue dipotong 250.000 dong. Kalau kelebihan sih kan waktu lebaran udah jadi langsung
Iya yuk, kan?
ya.
Kita enggak gini. Lebaran ini bukan pamer habis. Yang cuti bersama. Oh, 3 hari. Iya, gue ini itu 3 hari kan. Lu Senin sampai Jumat nggak masuk? Yang 27 itu kan cuti bersamanya kalau nggak salah Senin Selasa. Lu masuk hari ya? Berapa?
Masuk
Ini. Hah? Rabu masuk kan? Berarti 2 hari. Jumatnya lu masuk kan?
enggak.
Cuti berarti 3 hari. Kamis masuk kan?
Pokoknya 19 gue sebut
Lebaran itu coba cek.
dia pernah 19 gue sampai
Coba lu cek. Itu aja cek.
bulan apa sih?
Mei, April akhir bulan deh. Gue ingetnya, nah berarti lu masuknya itu hitungannya bulan apa sih?
Bro, 19 hari Rabu.
Nah,
Lebaran tuh Sabtu Minggu kan, merah tuh,
ah,
ya kan?
kayak gini.
Nah, gua cabut ke Sumedang, 19 20 Sabtu. Nah, balik lagi ke Jakarta hari Rabu, berarti gua 5 hari tuh. Senin Selasa
Ini bisa buat di sini, buat.
oh gitu.
Sebelum proses karena waktu itu coba dulu baru juga ini tapi itu mana dan
Kalau kelebihan cuti, itu gimana gitu ya?
nah di sini kemana kalau tanggal berapa? Lu nggak sama
Pasarnya apa tuh? Hitungan itu segitu.
15 ya di tanggal berapa? Tanggal berapa?
16 ke 15. Kalau 15 untuk buku nih, berarti Star Wars 15 dong. 16 dong.
Kayaknya enggak. Kalau begitu udah pesen.
Tapi barusan lebih.
Iya.
Iya.
Nah, hitungannya kurang lebih 3/4 lah, 3/4. Ya pokoknya lebih. Masuk. Gue tahu lagi itu juga. Awal-awal kan dia misi kau hujan gue udah sini. Pertama kali. Iya. Gue sama. Jantah ya. Nah, coba aja 2/3 itu. Iya. Gua ngerasanya gitu. Si kamunya ngerasanya gitu. Mungkin berbilang dari awal. Enggak. Iya. Harusnya ganti dulu. Umumnya apa aja ya? Poin-poin. Nah dari situ bisa dapat. Cara apa namanya? Tanam merah belum gitu. Tanam merah. Bukan. Masuk. Ya iya. Itu orang tadinya juga. Bulan ini ada nggak? Bulan ini bulan apa ya? Ini kita kayak gini itu pertama. Kalau gue tahu, tutup berapa? Pokoknya tutup 15. Berarti sekarang ini 16 loh. 16 ketemu 15 lagi. Terus 16. Dan kalau lebih kayak gitu, lu juga nggak masuk di tanggal 19. Iya nggak? Iya. Nah, berapa hari? Hampir pas. Kita kesini tanggal 15. Dari 19. Oh. Iya. Ada kegiatan semua. Ada next itu kan. Besok saya training yang bernet.
Besok?
Iya, pagi jam 9 di online. Pak Ono Webpulgo yang kalau nggak salah waktu hari Minggu kapan saya lupa awal bulan yang Pak Max share itu Pak. Yang bernet dasar. Saya sih sama Ojek sih, paling dia di rumah. Tahu mana dia. Dia paling di sini sih saya ini. Infonya bentar ini. Soalnya kemarin yang minggu juga saya nggak ngomong apa-apa, langsung daftar aja.
Pak Ono yang ngapain?
Yang training itu Pak.
Ono Purbo?
Iya. Ini kuliah umum, Kubernetes untuk pemula.
Dosen saya dulu.
Iya. Makanya saya bilang, Kubernetes untuk pemula, ini juga nggak saya. Besok jam 9, nggak tahu jam berapa.
Ya, mau pakai Zoom?
Iya, betul Pak. Linknya sudah dikirim. Tapi yang Pak Ujan baru daftar hari ini sih udah, wah bisa juga. Saya pikir ditutup. Biasanya ditutup ya.
Gimana sih daftarnya? Coba saya daftar juga.
Nah, itu Pak.
Hah?
Ini saya kirim aja ke Bapak. Saya nyarinya udah lumayan lama itu.
Justru saya mau rencananya mau yang apa namanya yang aquasec ini saya suruh training ini.
Sebenarnya masuk ini Pak. Nah itu Pak. Itu yang Pak Max waktu itu info. Kalau nggak salah tanggal-tanggal ini gimana deh? Pas awal-awal kan masuk sih. Oh besok meeting
Nggak tahu saya.
yang offline. Udah juga ya? Juga. Tapi di offline. Nggak tahu jadi nggak. Gue baca di grup balik kan.
Sejak offline dopamine.
Iya. Oh iya, itu bisa tuh. Iya.
Itu sih.
Hello, everyone. Is everyone back from lunch?
Yeah. It's ready to go. Okay.
Okay, we'll give another minute and then start. Right, next section is content delivery network. So content delivery network is, you can say, one of the most used feature within the platform. It is not only used by the customers for delivering the content, it's also used by Imperva to distribute the content across multiple data centers. Okay. Now, Imperva Cloud Web optimizes the client-side caching by making sure that much of the content, whatever is possible, is cached on the browser's visitor's browser or on the endpoint device. Client-side caching is enhanced. There are some algorithms used which enhances the client-side caching as well. Now, caching on Imperva side is done on the CDN. So we have caching engines, and basically on all the caching engines, we cache the content, whether it is static or dynamic content. And then those are mostly on physical memory or SSD drives. And then we do content optimization and then dynamic content caching, well, both the dynamic and static. We'll come to that configuration. So in terms of caching, we have different types of resources, right? So static resource and dynamic resource. Now, how does the caching engine know what to cache, what not to cache, right? So static is anything like a logo or a content which does not change over a period of time. And then dynamic is like if you consider this old Facebook page, anything which is like static, sorry, not static, user feeds which are constantly being added. Those are the dynamic contents. Now, we have different caching modes which are used for different types of content. And this different types of caching modes, I will go through it from the console, but I want to show something here. Yeah, the learning phase. For dynamic content, the caching engine, it basically learns the type of data, the content, and based on that, it does that learning of the content that is being cached. Now, the rest of the stuff from the slide I will show from the GUI. Okay. Let me log in first. We added the website into a sub account, which is here, share sub account. So all configuration for CDN is under the website. For each website, we'll be doing individual configuration. And the configuration is under CDN cache. So this is a caching configuration. Excuse me. So the first thing under the caching configuration is purge cache. If you want to clean the or delete the cache, content cache, for your website, you can click on purge cache. It will completely delete all the cached content. But in case you want to do specific resource purging from the cache, you can specify the URL, and based on the URL, you can purge that specific content for that URL. So if you are updating a logo in your website and you want to clean the logo, the cached data of logo in the content, you can clean only that part. There's something called the X-ray URL. This is used for troubleshooting. If you are troubleshooting caching, you can use this X-ray URL, put it in the browser, and this will be activated for 15 minutes, I believe. Yeah, 15 minutes. And within that 15 minutes, you can browse the website and see if there are any content which is basically without cached content, if it is coming or rendering correctly. So you know there is issue with the caching maybe. And if you find any issues, what you can do no caching or select other modes of caching. By default, the caching mode selected is smart caching. So this is by default. So when you onboard a website, it does smart caching. So smart caching will do both static and dynamic content. But in case you have issues with dynamic content caching for your website, you can do either custom caching or you can do standard caching. This is the caching duration, 5 minutes. You can increase or decrease that. So if you do custom caching rules here, we select on custom caching. We create additional rules here for custom caching. So per URL path, you can then configure different types of custom caching rules. Okay. You can add something like this. Again, it is similar to what we saw before in security rules, but less options, very specific to the caching. You can put a URL or user agent, and then you can put in the filter criteria. Based on the filter criteria, we can either say do not cache resource, or cache on client, or serve stale content, force resource validation. So any kind of available options within the custom caching rules. Then we have advanced settings. Under advanced settings, this is the one important: serve stale content. So stale content is, suppose you have a website delivering content and you have cached those content within the caching engine. Now, at some point of time, if the website is down for whatever reason, for maintenance, suppose you want to still continue to serve the content which was cached previously. So those situations, you can enable this serve stale content, so that even if the server is not available, the content which is cached by Imperva will be served to the client. Then there are couple of other options here. Enable 3-axis redirection responses. If you want to enable caching for those, you can do. If you want to enable caching for 404 error not found, resource not found, you can do that one. And then client-side caching is enabled by default. So whatever the best options, those are already enabled by default. But if you want to modify them at a later stage, you can do that as well. We go to the documentation portal. There is more guideline around caching here. So we have some delivery rule examples. Then application performance, caching. So the cache setting details, all about cache settings is available here. You can review that one. Then CDN, delivery settings. We're going to talk about that. So that was about caching. Now if you go to delivery, So under delivery, we have the configuration for basically enhancing the delivery of the content. So for example, code compression. So Imperva has the capability to compress the code like HTML, JavaScript, so that before the code is sent to the browser, it compresses it and then sends it to the browser so that it uses less bandwidth and the time taken to download the content from the website is reduced. And then the website will unzip the data and then decompress the data and then render it. Similarly, we can do with JPEG images and PNG images. We can compress the images and send it to the browser so that it uses less bandwidth and enhances the delivery of the content. Pre-pull TCP connections. So we can pre-pull the connection between Imperva and your origin web server in the backend so that the time taken to set up new TCP connections is minimized. Origin connection is so once a connection is established between the Imperva reverse proxy and the backend server, your company's origin server, that it reuses the connections basically to transfer data between the server, origin server, and the Imperva's reverse proxy. Support for non-SNI clients is enabled by default. HTTP2 between browsers to Imperva, so basically client to Imperva, it's enabled by default. If you want to do port forwarding, or suppose you want to do 80 to 8083 or 8081 or SSL port forwarding from 443 to 8443. So if your application is running on a different port, you can do the redirection as well. So the user will still see the default port of 443, but internally you can redirect to a custom port. Then redirecting from HTTP to HTTPS, you can enable it from here. And then if you want to do custom error page for your web, the application or the website you've onboarded, you can configure custom error page here. You can get the HTML code and paste it here, or you can update it and bring in the custom code and paste it here. Okay, once that is done, click on Save Changes.
Redirection.
There was delivery
Redirection.
optimization. Then we have something called waiting room. So waiting room is a pretty new feature. Waiting room is mostly used by online shopping portals or gaming websites. So if you have such kind of website, what you can do is if you have like certain days when the traffic, the load on the website is high, and your web server suppose is not capable to handle that traffic. So what you can do is once it crosses the threshold, the new users will be put into a waiting room, and then as and when old users exit your website, these new users will be sent from the waiting room to the active queue or to give access to the website. So in that way, the customers will not see resource unavailable or other types of errors. They will see a friendly page where basically they will have a token, kind of a token number, and then they will see the wait time, and you can put other advertisements there and those kind of things. Basically, a more friendlier page rather than showing random error messages. Yeah. Again, waiting rooms are very secure. It is again checking against all sorts of client mechanisms, client agent types, bot signatures, and everything. Okay, so that was CDN and optimization. Any questions so far?
No question.
Okay, no questions. So we can move on to the next topic, which is load balancing. So load balancing, again, these are the load balancing features. So load balancing at request level. So we use layer 7 based algorithm to make load balancing decision at the HTTP request level. The list pending HTTP request distribution method measures the number of pending HTTP requests for each origin server. So if you have multiple origin server, it's going to measure the number of pending requests, and then based on that, it distributes the load where there is list number of connections. Okay, very accurate assessment over origin server's loads. GSLB at request level. So Imperva Cloud Web, again, it's very quite unique to its use of layer 7 based algorithms to make GSLB decisions at the HTTP request level, whereas our competitors, where they use GSLB using DNS, we use layer 7 based decisions. Site failover and disaster recovery scenarios. So site failover and disaster recovery, we can configure DR scenarios or site failover scenarios. Automatically, it can fail over to the active site or the standby site. Health monitoring and server failover. So Imperva CloudWave supports advanced health monitoring, constantly checking the origin servers to detect malfunctions and allow immediate site failover or the server failover. Use case 1, single origin server. So traffic coming in from Imperva's customers passing through Imperva network and going through the same server. So one server only in one data center. If that server fails, then the content is not served. Use case 2, one data center but multiple servers. So load is distributed across multiple servers. If one server fails, the other servers, the active servers, will serve the content. Similarly, we can have multiple set of servers. So one set of servers can be active, one set of servers can be standby. If the primary set of servers or the active set of servers is unavailable, then the traffic is distributed to the standby servers. And by the way, here we can use two ISPs as well. So one set of servers can use one internet connection, other set of use can use another internet connection to two ISPs. Then DCs with multiple origin servers active and standby. So one set of server is active, one set of server is standby. So if the active servers are down, we can fail over to the standby servers. Multiple data centers with standby data centers. So we can have multiple active data centers, and then we have one designated standby data center. If the active data centers are down, traffic will be sent to the standby data center. Multiple data centers for performance purposes. So we have multiple data center, and the load is distributed across multiple data centers in different geographies. If one of the data center is not available, traffic is sent to the other data centers in other regions. So geo-targeting preferred and geo-targeting required. So these are two options for geo-based redundancy. So if we select geo-targeting preferred, that means traffic is sent to individual geo. So from Europe, it is sent to European data center. From Africa, it is sent to Africa data center. For North America, it's sent to America data center. But if one of the data center is not available, traffic can be sent to other regions data center. But in contrast to that, if we select geo-targeting required, that means if a geo data center is not available, traffic originating from that particular geography will not be sent to other data centers in other geographies. Okay, so we have a very strict, if we configure a strict policy, that geo-targeting is required. Okay, so in that case, it will not fail over, not serve the content to other users in that region if the data center is not available. So that's load balancing at a very high level. Now, in terms of configuration, it's under the website settings, origin web server, and then we can have multiple options for load balancing. But you will not see this option if we do not have the license for load balancing. Okay. Now we can have single origin server, one server only. We can have multiple origin server in same data center. So we can add multiple web servers and then distribute the load. Or we can have multiple data centers, and inside multiple data centers, we can have active and standby data center. And then within the data center, we can have again multiple servers. Okay, and then each data center, we can say primary and standby. We can also do so this can be a standby, and then we can select the algorithm, like whether we want to do best connection time for distribution of load, or targeted, geo-targeted required, or geo-targeted preferred, or weighted. Mostly we do best connection time, so you can distribute the load in multiple data centers which are active. Okay, so there were questions. Sorry, I didn't see. How is the smart cache working? Does it cache both static and dynamic resources? Yes, smart cache does dynamic and static resources, and it uses its own proprietary algorithm to detect what to cache, what not to cache. For error code 20, can it be customizable, for example, to make website under maintenance? Yes, you can create a custom error pages there. How to hide web server type and version with this load balancing feature of Encapsula. Hide web server type and web server version. So web server type and web server version, it's not a load balancing feature. It's the feature under here. So we can write a response rule. And we can do rewrite response and probably filter out whatever you don't want to show to customer. You can filter it out here. Okay. Then if our web server is in Malaysia, does the traffic access the nearest Imperva data center? Yes. So it will be nearest to the user for entering the data center, entering Imperva's data center, and exiting data center will be the POP nearest to the servers. So so if you're in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, so we have a operational POP within Malaysia. Okay, so it will lead, and then from here it will connect to your data centers. If your data center is in Australia, it will connect from here. If your data center is in America, again, depending on where it is, it can take the nearest POP. Okay. All right, so we get load balancing. Next is the SIM integration. So API and SIM integration. So API and SIM integration, again, we have to go at the sub-account level, account management. So under account management, we have a configuration for SIM. So we have log configuration. We have WAF log setup. This is WAF log setup is where you will configure the destination or how the logs will be collected. Now, there are three options. First is Imperva API. If you select Imperva API, you get an API key and API ID, and then a URL. So your SIM solution is going to connect to this URL and using this API key and API ID, can download the logs in either CEF format or W3C or LEAF format. And then these are the supported SIM solutions. So ArcSight, Splunk, McAfee, Graylog, Curator, Sumologic, Logarithm. I know there are a couple of others which are supported with custom parsing, maybe like RSN, Witness and stuff. Okay. Then we have SFTP option. So if you want to write the data into a SFTP server, maybe a cloud-based server in AWS or Azure or somewhere else on a public IP, then Imperva Cloud Map will upload the logs periodically in that SFTP server, and then from the SFTP server, your SIM solution can read the logs. The third option is again like outbound, which is instead of providing a SFTP, we can provide a Amazon S3 bucket, and Imperva can write the logs into S3 bucket, and from the S3 bucket, then your SIM solution can pick up the logs. Okay, so those are three options how logs can be collected. To generate logs, we have to enable the logging. So currently logging is attack analytics. This is attack analytics. Logging is disabled, but we can activate the logs. And then for each website, we can enable logging or disable logging. So under the website log levels, you can specify whether you want to do all logging. So all logging will basically log security events as well as the normal events of connection to the website. Or you can do security logs where it will only log the security events like rules which were triggered and stuff, blocking or whatever alerting rules. Or you can do disable, which is basically disable all logging for that particular website. For us, our website is 5, so by default it is disabled, so we just enable the security logs. Okay, and then it is saved. Attack analytic logs you can enable also. So you can say activate logs. And then you can take this API keys and stuff and then configure it to your SIM solution. Which can then download these logs from here. Now, the same configuration, what we saw currently is under sub account, but the same configuration is also available under the parent account. So basically, for each sub account, you can have a different logging mechanism and the log different place to store the log. But you can do that at the parent level also, again under account management, SIM logs, and then we have the same configuration there. Okay. Now, that was for logging. And then API. So we have Imperva has provided API. Suppose you want to onboard websites using API, maybe you write a Terraform code or a shell script or a Python script, and then which uses the Imperva API. Now, documentation about the Imperva API is available here. Imperva API documentation. Under SaaS. So we have either we can use the application security API, account and user management API. Okay, so all of that are available here. And then there is something called here. So all of these APIs are available. And then let's see one of them. I'll share the link as well. So here we have options for configuring all of these settings. You can create rules, customize the security rules. We can do onboarding of websites, site management. So we can add site, remove site, update site. All of that can be done using the Imperva API. And then you can either use Postman or Insomnia like tools to call this API URLs, or you can use like Python script or shell script to embed this API calls and then perform bulk operations. In addition, we also have Imperva CLI. So we have also a CLI tool, which is again using the API actually. So you can install this in Incapsula CLI, and then you can run like Incapsula site addition, list rules, export all the configuration. So you can take backup of each website configuration, and then you can do restore, backup and restore using the CLI. Very helpful tool. I'll share the link as well. Do we have well-written APIs and end-to-end site onboarding? Yes. So all of that, if you see here, all of that is mentioned here in the documentation. So for example, if you want to do site management, suppose I want to add a site. Or list a site, suppose. So we want to list all the sites available. If you click on try it out, it gives you the API call here. Here is the API call with the curl command. You can take this API call and maybe run from maybe Postman or Insomnia. Okay, and then this is the code with the different parameters and sample output. Similarly, you can modify websites. So whatever websites are existing, you can modify them as well. Move site from one account to another account. In cap rules, addition, deletion, edit, list. Okay, and then we have APIs for DDoS, APIs for integration, log setup, all of that. Okay, and all of this requires the API keys, right? How do we generate the API keys? Is under account settings, user management, users, and then if you edit one of the users, on the right side you will see API keys, and you can generate a new API key for your user, and then use that API key for all kinds of automation. Okay, any questions here with regards to API or SIM integration?
I have one regarding the logs. So the whole logging solution is licensed. Do we have to acquire a separate license if we want to avail this solution for logging?
So license is there already. I think if the base subscription, you get license like this, WAF SIM integration 100 Mbps, you will get it.
Okay. And if I've understood this correctly, Imperva is already acquiring the logs from all the servers which are configured with it, and then we use this logging solution to pull the logs that Imperva already holds. Is that
No, so
it, right?
Imperva is not pulling any logs from your server. So Imperva is generating the logs. The Imperva WAF solution is generating the logs because all the traffic is passing through Imperva, right? So Imperva is generating the logs for.
Okay, so this log is only concerned with all the network and security related logs and nothing else.
Correct. So all the traffic when it is passing through Imperva and all of the modules, what is being activated, right, or triggered, it then generates logs for that.
Got it. Okay, sure.
And then this security, suppose security log is triggered, like a WAF rule is triggered for a certain website, then it will generate the log. So all those logs, then you can collect using your SIM solution and create all kinds of dashboards and stuff. But Within the solution, we also have something called attack analytics, which is like a correlated view of all the security events which happened for your account. And those you can view from here under attack analytics. Okay, this is the dashboard. At the moment, there is no data, but you can view that analytics. Basically, all websites, security events, it will generate the dashboard here. We have some data. Yeah. So we have a dashboard for attack analytics for each sub account and then for the entire subscription. So for the sub account level, you will see the security events, the number of security events, number of incidents, and then incidents by attack origins, top violations, and top attack resources, which websites were attacked, the top ones. Okay, and some highlights as well. Here you also have the feature to view the incidents. So it's like a small incident management tool. You have all the incidents, and within each incident, you have the number of events, individual events. So you can view those as well, and then it will tell you the common CVs which matched, what were the tools used, attack resource path, and all of that. Okay, so these are the details of the events. And then here we can put filter as well. So you can filter by the CV numbers. You can filter by the tool. You can filter by violation type or country from where the attack originated. A lot of features here, okay, which is under attack analytics. Then we have something called insights. So insights will tell you if there are any misconfigurations related to the configuration of your websites. It will tell you here under insights. Okay. Then we have the security events, where we have the individual security events. And then again, you can filter by the type. And we can filter by website also. So ours is that one. So one security rule were triggered. And then this is, we used curl, we use bot. Well, yeah. Country. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Belum ada yang connect sih tapi website ini belum ada yang di-connectin ke ini.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the session, but I'll just touch upon two things which are new features. One is API security. So API security is for the applications which you are protecting. If those applications are running some kind of API endpoints, then we can basically detect those API endpoint URLs and then protect them. Now, we have two ways of detecting the API endpoints. We can run discovery on the application. So we go to website API security settings. We can do API discovery for the application, specific application. So we can enable API discovery here. And then it will constantly monitor the traffic going in and out, and then it will discover what are the APIs available, like GET request, POST request into different parameters within that API endpoint. And then once it has discovered, we can apply policies. So we can create policies, and then we can apply policies to those websites. And then it will give us dashboards here, and also it can trigger blocking of something which is not relevant. The basic API security is a positive security model. Basically, whatever is not defined in your API definition or your Swagger file, Open API specification file, those will not be allowed. If you want to do advanced API security, there is an add-on, but that requires a separate license, which is it's basically here it is saying upgrade. That means it needs the advanced API security. Okay, then we have something called advanced bot protection. So advanced bot protection is for protecting your application from bots. So any kind of bot traffic, you can enable per path policies for your application, and then you can write conditions that okay, if the captcha is cleared, then to allow it to access the website. You can do rate limiting if it's a malicious bot trying to access your web application. You can do rate limiting also. And then there are other conditions you can add, a lot of conditions you can add for your websites. Then we have under ABP, Advanced Bot Protection, we have account takeover. So account takeover monitors the dark web for any compromised user accounts, passwords. And then if it has detected any leaked credentials for your website, those leaked credentials, if they are used to access your portal or access your website, those will be flagged here, like the leaked credentials used in last 24 hours or within a specific time. Okay, so that's ATO. Then we have CSP, client-side protection. This is not much used. SSL, we have seen that. Yeah. Then here we have under network. So if we have DDoS protection, all of that will be listed here under network. At the moment, I have subscription only for DNS, so I see DNS only. But if we have network protection like infrastructure protection or IP protection, you will see it under here. Then we have CDS, Cloud Data Security, which is not part of the Cloud Web subscription, but you might see it in the console. So this CDS is for monitoring AWS databases. So if you have cloud database like RDS instances, RDS, MS SQL, Oracle, SQL. So if you want to monitor those databases for database audit purposes, this is the solution you can use. Cloud Data Security, it requires a separate subscription. All right, so that brings us to the end of the course today. Do you have any questions?
I'm good.
No for me.
All right, so we can conclude the training session today. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating, and hope this was helpful.
So, Dave, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny.
Have a nice day.
Cheers, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Danny.
Question: how to move from one Incapsula account to another Incapsula account? If it is within the same parent account, you can move the websites between sub accounts like this. Here under, you can say move site. Okay, and then you can move to a different account. But if you have to move from one subscription to another subscription, like one parent account to another parent account, then it has to go through Imperva support. You have to talk to support. Different parent, yeah, it has to go through support. Can we filter IP range on security events tab? Security events tab, we can filter by IP source IP here. So you have to put the IP address here. No, it doesn't take range, it only takes IP. Or maybe 1.1.1.1 to 1.5. No, it doesn't take range, only the IP, individual IP addresses. Okay, any more questions? All right, thank you.
Nah, ini kan membahas kapsul.
Gak apa-apa. Kalau colongan. Iya benar dimatiin aja.
Gimana sih?
Itu $1.000.
Udah selesai kan?
$1.000.
All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Katanya sampai jam 5.
Okay, thank you, Danny.
Terus nggak cuman apa doang, apa slide doang ya, apa? Sehari doang.
Oh, ini doang.
Iya.
Oh, kalian ada lagi.
Tahu-tahu nanti disuruh ujian.
Berarti cuma dikasih akun demo terus untuk ekspor sendiri gitu.
Ini akun demonya dari PPT, bukan dari
Dia nggak ada.
nggak ada labnya dia.
Iya mah.
Iya, dari hasilnya Pak.